University, and it's my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the Art of Preservation, the 2021 Fitch Colloquium. This year's colloquium is co-organized by the National Trust and with the National Trust for Historic Preservation. We are gathering virtually today under the auspices of Columbia University, and I want to start by acknowledging that Columbia University sits on the traditional ancestral homeland of the Lenape people. We honor the legacy of the Lenape, and by acknowledging the legacies of displacement, migration, and settlement that have enabled us to gather here as an academic community, we're taking a small first step towards the long and overdue process of healing and repair. The Historic Preservation Program at Columbia is committed to confronting and addressing issues of exclusion, erasure, and systemic discrimination in our community through ongoing education and responsible representation. The germ of the idea for this conference began years ago in a conversation with Catherine Malone France, Chief Preservation Officer of the National Trust, whose work and leadership I deeply admire. We were brought together by the common recognition of the central role that artists, and especially BIPOC artists, are playing in the preservation movement, both in practice and academia. Artists have been filling an important creative void at the center of the discipline, bringing new audiences and existing communities into meaningful engagements with historic sites. Catherine's insights on the importance of artists in preservation always touched on the heart of the matter. I'll return to the heart of the matter in a second. And I always came back and came away from our conversations feeling enriched by her way of thinking. You'll hear from Catherine in brief, as she will also be making some introductory remarks and lead us into the first panel. Our conversation grew in a dialogue with Cole Akers, curator of special projects and manager of the Glass House, and with Anna Gasha, PhD student in preservation at Columbia, both of whom joined the organizing committee. I want to thank them both for their thoughtful contributions. Each of them will be introducing the speakers and moderators throughout the day. The role of a moderator is, of course, to shape a conversation, and we were fortunate that our moderators joined the conversation early and helped give form to themes and ideas that we will discuss today. Today's moderators include Justin Garrett Moore, professor at GSAPP and the Mellon Foundation's program officer for the Humanities in Place program. Also Brent Leggs, executive director of the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund at the National Trust, and Marisa Brown, assistant director for programs at Brown University's Center for Public Humanities and Cultural Heritage. I also want to thank Meredith Brule, program manager for the Columbia Historic Preservation Program, and Laila Catelier, Director of Events at GSAPP, for their work on the conference logistics. We owe our biggest debt of gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Ifa Bayeza, Nona Faustine, Joe Garcia, David Hartt, Monèt Noelle Marshall, Karyn Olivier, Ada Pinkston, Paul Rucker, and Jenenne Whitfield. They are some of America's leading Black and Indigenous artists, and over the next few hours, they will lead us on an exploration of their unique approaches to preservation, as we will soon discover through their work, their processes of making art become ways of preserving heritage. And I emphasize plural here because there are many ways, many artistic methods of preservation. One method is to treat discarded objects artistically. Paul Rucker, for example, collects objects cast off from plantations, such as slave branding irons and shackles. And by treating them artistically, he brings new value to them and makes a case for them as part of the heritage of those plantations. In the process, he helps us see those plantations in a new way, not so much as historic homes, but as forced labor camps. And in this way, art can be a method for seeing and experiencing heritage in a new way. In text-based scholarship, we think of this process as a paradigm shift in the understanding of heritage. And so let me pause here for a moment to consider some of the differences between aesthetic and artistic preservation methods and textual and verbal preservation methods. It's important to dwell on these differences to grasp the reasons why we decided to focus on artistic methods for this conference. The first difference to note is their relative importance in the preservation movement. Until very recently, verbal and textual-based preservation methods have been central, while artistic preservation methods have been peripheral. Beginning in the 1950s, the preservation movement in America grew very strong by learning to use verbal methods, in particular the verbal methods of the legal profession, to make a legal case for preservation. After the passing of the National Historic Preservation Act in 1966, the American preservation bureaucracy modeled its practices on those of the courtroom. We now have landmarks commissions everywhere acting as juries and judges. To become heritage, a building must be put on trial. We teach our students to speak as advocates, that is, as trial lawyers making the verbal legal case in defense of each building. We save buildings like lawyers save their clients, by convincing a jury to afford them the protection of the law. Preservation has taken the form of a sentence, both in the sense of passing judgment and in that of a series of words in connected speech or writing forming a grammatical expression. It's not a coincidence that a lawyer, Paul S. Byard, my predecessor as director of Columbia's preservation program, shaped the curriculum around the core idea that every building deserved its day in court, and that students should learn to speak for buildings, like lawyers speak for their clients. Lawyers translate their clients' arguments into the forensic language of the court. Importantly, though, Byard was also an architect, and he understood that while buildings don't speak for themselves, they do express themselves visually, that is, in a language that is not admissible in court. Therefore, he saw the central task of preservationists as one of translating the visual language of architecture into the verbal language admissible within juridical processes of preservation. This brings me to another important difference between textual verbal preservation methods and aesthetic artistic preservation methods. It has to do with the difference between the left and the right sides of our brains. The legal preservation paradigm grew very strong, in particular because it had an obvious appeal. It solicited that part of the brain associated with verbal language and cognition, with cool rationality and detached objectivity. As preservationists, though, we have been much weaker at engaging the side of the brain associated with emotion, memory, aesthetic perception, and visual logic, the part of the brain that artists are experts at. The minute someone says preservationists are being emotional, we become defensive. We don't know how to elaborate a strong preservation argument or position through emotion. And yet, emotional attachment to place is at the core of why preservation came to be in the first place. We preserve because we love places and because we need them to share our love with one another and for one another. Heritage places are shared objects in which and through which we experience and share strong collective emotions. We make heritage places for the same reasons we make art, to process those collective emotions, to transmit that communal wealth of emotional intelligence, to teach each other and to future generations. We do this because it is those emotions that hold communities together. It's not the landmarks law. But unprocessed emotions can also tear communities apart. And this became patently clear in 2017 in Charlottesville, when emotions processed through heritage boiled over into deadly violence. What also became clear was how unprepared the preservation profession was and still is to understand preservation as an emotional process, and vice versa, to understand collective emotions as preservation processes. Our verbal preservation methods showed themselves to be woefully inadequate. The emotional social processes simply could not be translated into the existing legal processes without simultaneously being diminished. Protesters turned against preservationists. The rift widened as some politicians used the force of preservation laws to protect offensive monuments, making the profession seem complicit with regressive politics. This was a turning point in the preservation movement, one that we're still reckoning with and that this conference is meant to reckon with. This turning point was the exposure of a fundamental emotional deficiency at the very heart of preservation. It was the realization that the heart of preservation could not process emotions and therefore was not a heart at all, but rather a half brain, the cognitive half. We realized that we had no academic methods for satisfying, for addressing, for processing the emotional needs and wants of communities from their heritage, other than to turn them into written language. But as we all know from experience, sometimes no words can describe our emotions. And to force emotions into survey questions can be a violent act of diminishing them, even to negate them. The distinguished artist here today had the courage to step into that void left by verbal preservation methods and to develop a new aesthetic experimental preservation method for processing emotions. Their works are important lessons in how to preserve by working through strong public emotions, through embracing love, through managing anger, by sitting with discomfort, by toiling with grief, by confronting fear, by contesting shame. It behooves us to watch closely, to rethink how we teach and practice preservation in light of their collective knowledge. Let's not forget that preservation has not always been centered on verbal language. Artists were once at the center of preservation. Think of Raphael, the Italian Renaissance. He was the first prefect of marbles of the Vatican and the one who built the earliest preservation bureaucracies in the Western world, based very much on artistic methods. Think of Thorvaldsen and Canova, the most famous sculptors of the early 19th century, who made much of their livelihood restoring ancient sculptures. Think of Camillo Sitte in the late 19th century, who revolutionized city planning by reconsidering it according to artistic principles, and in so doing, introduced the idea of preservation as aesthetic regulation. Now, this is not to say that we should forget the strengths we have as preservationists in the cognitive and verbal side of our brains, but rather that we should use our whole brains, our hearts, and our hands in forging a profession yet to come. A day will come when artists will again be considered essential in putting together a team for a preservation project. For that, we also need to consider it essential to teach art in preservation programs. At Columbia, we're working hard to lay a foundation for this, but so far we've only made modest progress. There's much more work to be done, and this conference will no doubt spark the imagination on how to forge ahead in aesthetically painting a fuller picture of the future of preservation, just as we strive to verbally tell its full story. I want to once again express my deep gratitude to all the presenters today, to the moderators, organizers, the interested public that joins us today, and especially to my co-conspirator in the art of preservation, Catherine Malone France, to whom I now turn the virtual podium.
Thank you so much, Jorge. On behalf of the National Trust, we are honored to be partnering with the Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation at Columbia for this year's Fitch Colloquium. And I'm so grateful, Jorge, for our ongoing dialogue and collaborations over so many years now about the intersection of the arts and preservation in both theory and practice. From my perspective as the Chief Preservation Officer at the National Trust, preservation is not about the past. Preservation is about the future that we build together, a future that tells the truth about the past, but is not restricted by it. In fact, historic places that reflect the full history of our country must continue to be identified and revered and activated because they are powerful primary sources that tell us the truth about ourselves. In this regard, the preservation movement has so much work to do. We are and we have to remain committed to confronting our own structural racism, supporting more just and equitable communities, and expanding the benefits of preservation more broadly and more deeply. We also have to keep interrogating both what we've chosen to preserve and the glaring absences. And in my view, one of the most effective and impactful ways of doing this important work is in partnership with contemporary artists like the incredible ones who are here today. Art and history are two of the strongest forces that impact our collective culture. And when art and preservation and art and historic places come together, we see ourselves and each other's humanity in deeply meaningful and experiential ways. When art and preservation intersect, we're able to represent old truths in a modern context and create change that is all the more important in this moment. At their very best, both art and preservation create transformation. It's in that context that I am humbled and deeply grateful for the participation of all of the extraordinary artists who are with us today. But I especially want to thank two of them. First, Ifa Bayeza, who's on the third panel of the day and who's completing a second project with us, supported by the National Endowment for the Arts at the Shadows on the Teche, a National Trust historic site in New Iberia, Louisiana. It was a part of an enormous sugar plantation. And I also want to thank David Hartt, who is on the second panel and who is preparing an installation at the Glass House, another one of our National Trust historic sites in New Canaan, Connecticut. Both of these places, the Shadows and the Glass House, are layered with complexities, with ugliness, with beauty, and with truth. And art brings out all of that, allows us to see it, interrogate it, examine ourselves, and write together the next chapters in the histories of these places. Ifa and David, thank you so much for your collaborations with us at the National Trust. And candidly, I hope that in the future, we'll be able to work in partnership with every one of the extraordinary artists who are participating here today. And now it is my honor to introduce the first panel of the day, which will be moderated by Brent Leggs, who's my colleague at the National Trust, where he is the founding executive director of the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. Brent is a tireless advocate for historic places that tell the stories of African American struggle, resilience, activism, and achievement. Through the Action Fund's grant making since 2018, the National Trust has awarded $4.3 million to 65 organizations nationwide, and in July of 2021, we will award another $1.6 million in grants supported by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. Under Brent's leadership, several Action Fund projects, like the preservation and activation of the homes of Nina Simone, John and Alice Coltrane, Paul Robeson, and Lucille Clifton, are deeply rooted in the arts, whether in their stories, their partnerships, or their visions for the future. In partnership with Black artists and community-centered activists, Brent's groundbreaking work is creating space for preserving and interpreting the full artistic legacy of the United States. Brent's also an adjunct associate professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Stuart Weitzman School of Design, and he's a senior advisor at their Center for the Preservation of Civil Rights. And we will also be hearing today from three powerful artists whose work represents the reclaiming of historic spaces and places, from monuments to historic sites to the cultural landscapes of entire cities in profound and vital ways. First, we'll hear from Karyn Olivier, who's a Philadelphia-based artist who creates sculptures, installations, and public art. Her work often intersects and collapses multiple histories and memories with present-day narratives, claiming immediate and far-reaching truths. She has exhibited at the World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, the Studio Museum in Harlem, the Whitney, PS1, the Museum of Fine Arts in Houston, and the Institute of Contemporary Art in Philadelphia, just to name a few. She has created large-scale commissions for Monument Lab, Creative Time, New York City, and Philadelphia's Percent for Art program. Recently, she was awarded a 2020 Anonymous Was a Woman grant. She has received many grants, awards, and fellowships, including the Rome Prize and a Guggenheim Fellowship. She is currently an associate professor of sculpture at the Tyler School of Art and Architecture at Temple University. Our second panelist will be Monèt Noelle Marshall, and I love that her biography and her identity is rooted first in her family. She describes herself first and foremost as Robin and Brian's daughter, and Zelma and Eveline and George and Bob's granddaughter. She produces words, performances, installations, gatherings, happenings that invite witnesses into a Black radical imagination. She is the founding artistic director of the MOJOAA Performing Arts Company, and she created a performance art trilogy called Buy It, Call It, about race, art, and capitalism. Her broad range of collaborations include work with the American Policy Forum on Gucci's Chime for Change zine, the North Carolina Museum of Art, Historic Stagville, the City of Raleigh, and the Hayti Heritage Center. She's been an awardee of the inaugural Anne Atwater Theater Award and an Indie Week Arts Award. She received a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Professional Theater from North Carolina A&T. And our third panelist, Ada Pinkston, is a multimedia artist, educator, and cultural organizer whose art explores the intersection of imagined histories and socio-political realities on our bodies. Whatever her medium, monoprint, performance, video, collage, her work is barrier-defining, immersive, and incontrovertible. Her work has been featured at a variety of spaces, including the Smithsonian's Arts and Industries Building, the Walters, the Peel Museum, PS1, the New Museum, Light City, Baltimore, and the streets of Berlin. In addition to her studio practice, she's a co-founder of the Lab Bodies Performance Art Laboratory in Baltimore, and she's currently a lecturer in art education at Towson University. And now I'm honored and delighted to turn the program over to our first panelist, Karyn Olivier. Thank you.
I'm so honored to be here. This is pretty incredible. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. This 1934 New Deal era fresco by Anne Weiser Hanlon has been at the center of debate at the University of Kentucky for many years. Viewed through contemporary eyes, the fresco sanitizes history and glosses over the brutality, pain, and suffering that slavery imposed, and it presents a caricature portrayal of Native Americans. The happy musicians playing for the white elite, the boy denied access to the performance venue, but sneaking a view up in a tree. In 2015, the university's president decided to cloak the mural for almost 2 years, hoping to buy time for the campus community to determine what to do next after all of the protests, prompted mostly by the Black students on campus. The decision was made to commission a Black female artist to make a work that could challenge, confront, and jumpstart a corrective and a healing to the pain the contested mural had caused. In the vestibule of Memorial Hall, right outside the lobby entrance to where the mural is housed, I noticed the dome ceiling above. The dome is 16 feet in diameter and 26 feet off the ground, and I was intrigued and decided to use the dome and the surrounding architecture as the site of my intervention. It raised interesting questions for me. Why was this space designed in this way? What does it mean to create a dome vestibule in an academic building? Domes date back to prehistory and have ties to indigenous building traditions, Byzantine and Islamic architecture. So what symbolism does it have in a building dedicated to higher education? My hope was for this initial recognition into the particularity of the spaces we inhabit, and then lead to bigger questions. And I often turn to James Baldwin in his assessment on the role of art, which is to expose the question the answer hides. So I gilded the dome ceiling and inserted painting reproductions of all the brown and black figures from the fresco. I created copies of each figure, scaling them up proportionately to fit comfortably in the dome ceiling. At the heart of my gesture was the act of liberating these beings, these figures, from whiteness. What possible reclamation and agency could be gained without the surrounding whiteness they were previously resigned to? The subjugated, those deemed lowly, were in one sense elevated to the divine. And of course, the gold leaf makes reference to Renaissance and Byzantine churches, elevating them to saints, but also to celestial beings and constellations and stars. My hope was for these figures on the ceiling to reinforce the notion or possibility of rebirth, perhaps spiritually, but more importantly, through the viewer's reinvestigation, interrogation, and reckoning with America's complex histories. This representation of these historic figures could point to a futurity of Blackness. Here in the fresco, the horse carriage driver is resting. In my placement and reinterpretation here, it becomes a dreamlike space. This surreal-like scene hints at, or perhaps directly points to, the violence of the times as the resting driver descends in close proximity to the sickle of the field hand, most likely a slave working the land. This group of Blacks looking on at the train station, I began to refer to them as the witnesses, both the literal and metaphoric witnesses of the atrocities and oppression of the times. And I turned to Frederick Douglass to provide a quote that would shoulder these celestial beings. Around at the base of the dome is his quote, "There is not a man beneath the canopy of heaven that does not know that slavery is wrong for him." And I was conscious of this building being called Memorial Hall, where it honored Kentuckians who died in World War I. And I decided to honor and memorialize 4 under-recognized Kentuckians in the space of the medallions. This is a representation of Georgia Powers, the first African-American to serve in the Kentucky Senate, sponsoring bills prohibiting employment discrimination and sex and age discrimination. This represents Chief Redbird, a Cherokee who lived among white settlers in Clay County until his murder by two Tennessee men. The 2 white men were never tried in court. Peter Durrett, a former slave and preacher who founded First African Baptist Church in Lexington, Kentucky in 1790. I couldn't find any representations of Durrett in any archives, so I decided to portray him in a silhouetted head. And this, of course, was a popular way of making portraits before the invention and common use of photography in the 1800s. But in a sense, being forced to present Peter Durrett as an almost anonymous figure speaks, of course, to who gets to be remembered, whose image of the 1800s was worthy of being documented, recorded, and preserved, who gets to be in the archive. And this is Charlotte Dupuy, who was an enslaved African-American woman who filed a freedom lawsuit in 1829 against her master, Henry Clay, then the country's Secretary of State. This case went to court 17 years before Dred Scott filed his more famous legal challenge to slavery. After Clay's tenure in Washington, Dupuy refused to return to his home in Kentucky and was jailed. Now the piece is titled Witness, and I needed a title that was both a noun and a verb. It was important for my insertion to serve the particularities of the site, an academic institution where the piece needed to be layered enough in content for repeat viewings by students on their way to class, staff, and faculty. The goal was to activate history, keep it alive and rooted in the present tense. My hope was for the piece to be useful, a teaching tool for the school where different departments and disciplines could use it, our history, religion, economics, history, African and African-American studies. I was thinking too of the complex and various interpretations of gold. Yes, it could elevate these anonymous figures to the divine, to saints, but gold leaf can also be interpreted as a literal reminder of the time when Blacks were only valued as currency, as commodity, and the trading and sometimes theft of gold from Northern and Sub-Saharan Africa during the Roman Empire. So on June 5th, 2020, in the wake of the demands for racial justice prompted by the death of George Floyd, the university's president announced his decision to remove the O'Hanlon mural. It seemed to me like a quick fix to quell the Black fury and rage being felt from Lexington to Louisville. This decision to remove the O'Hanlon mural also renders my work, Witness, blind and mute. It cannot exist without the past, without the the history it sought to confront. And it felt ironic too that the decision to censor this work, this historic work, has in one fell swoop kind of censored my installation. And in a way, the idea that, they, instead of embracing the polemics the two works engendered, a thoughtful dialogue between the work of a white woman from 1934 and a Black woman of today, a seemingly good deed of political correctness was offered up to Black members in the university community who opposed the mural, as opposed to dealing with the real problems on that campus. It prompted me to write an op-ed in the Washington Post, and in it I said, witness was not created to magically dispel or absolve the University of Kentucky from embedded institutional white supremacy and oppression. When I finished my work, my piece, I assumed that that would be when the university's real work would begin. I thought there would be programming, seminars, perhaps curriculum inclusions, hoping it would be a site where the community could wrestle with the very problematic, paradoxical, simultaneous and fragmented histories and the relationship of these disparate histories today in the now. So it's a bit heartbreaking and a strange feeling too, as it seems to also render these Black and brown figures anonymous once again for a second time. This attempt to offer what I'd hope would be agency and autonomy for these 25 souls was completely dismissed. I'm going to show another project just very briefly. So there are two important monuments in historic Vernon Park in Philadelphia. At the far, far, far end of the park is this monument dedicated to Francis Daniel Pastorius, an early German settler to the neighborhood known as Germantown. He led the first Quaker protests against slavery back in 1688. I found out during World War I and II, this monument was concealed, it was boxed over. It was felt that the language and look was too dramatic. This monument, the Battle of Germantown Memorial, is centrally located in the park. It commemorates an American Revolutionary War battle led by George Washington. I was interested in the fact that it honors a failed battle, which speaks of power, privilege, and access. Who gets to have a monument? I was interested in this immigrant, Francis Pastorius, who fought for the freedom of Blacks, of slaves in this country, and Washington, who fought for America's liberation from British rule while owning slaves. And I look back at the 16th century talking statues of Rome, where anonymous messages were attached to these public statues, kind of reinventing them as sites for protest, political dissent, critique, and commentary on the religious and political authorities of the time. The effigies became the spokespeople of Rome. At times, responses were posted between the statues, creating an ongoing dialogue between multiple histories and shifting authors. The statuary became active, mutable, and contemporary. So back to 21st century Philadelphia, where I was thinking of the paradox and complexity of these disparate histories that make up America, and I decided to use that history in my intervention. I decided to shroud the Battle of Germantown Memorial in a mirrored surface, in effect boxing it up like the Pastorius monument was in years past. I hoped the physical concealment with a reflective surface would allow the monument to feel expansive and accessible, maybe less intimidating than its colossal nature and material weightiness usually permit. I was also interested in visibility. Depending on your location in the park, the monument would appear to disappear. It was really not discernible from a distance. And I wanted the piece to be and have a direct engagement with the Confederate monument debate that we all know is very alive and present in the United States. And I was interested in what invisibility reveals. What does invisibility bring to the fore? What does it challenge? What does it suggest about notions of access and privilege? And if we choose to spotlight the hidden now and acknowledge and preserve it, how does that shift the legacy and the future of the status quo? It's a neighborhood park. I live, 5 blocks away from it. And I was thinking of these monolithic, imposing, impenetrable sculptures of history and how most park goers take them in perhaps from a physical and metaphoric distance. Perhaps they think the statue is related to someone else's history or with little meaning to their own lives in this moment today. But it's also a park where the park goer has probably passed by hundreds of times and registered only marginally after repeated encounters. So I was hoping that maybe now the familiar becomes strange or uncanny. You can see the world around, above, and behind you, reflected directly before you. Maybe you could allow this history to become a living, breathing entity. So one last thing I'll share. I'm going to play a recording of a poem that the historian and the current actually poet laureate of Philadelphia, Tripita Mason, wrote, inspired by this piece.
Monuments to Brown Boys. The artists install the mirror over the monument, and the people have come to gawk. Rubberneckers wonder what was there before, and you have come too, laying in the cut, statues still for seconds. Your reflection edging off a 20-foot high bronze looking glass. You are an alluring hunk of stone beguiling me. Yes, you, brown boy, rough cut monolith. I see you. You are a low slung jean wearing grandmother greeting pillar, an obelisk marking the entrance of your hood. You need to be somebody's memorial, not only when you laid out and lowered in the dirt, your pillow a marble headrest of past tense. He was, he once, he lived. No, you are now and present, alive and in color, and you need to be somebody's walking shrine, somebody's testament, somebody's tribute in this city. You have to be carved, stretched, and erect, a column to buttress boogeymen, the phantoms they say you imagine, the specters and goblins who told bullets and policies and laws that encase you. You need to be somebody's memento. Look how you're beaming off that seeing glass. I'm catching your shine. Look at that swagger you carry. Hoodie wearing, fresh fade having, full teeth grinning. You need to be somebody's something to fight for, somebody's celebration, somebody's stone-turned monument, carved and smooth, our masterpiece in this city.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Monèt.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monèt, Noelle Marshall. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I am coming to you from Durham, North Carolina, the ancestral land of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation, and also the land on which my enslaved, brilliant ancestors worked really hard for generations and generations. And I send you greetings, and I offer you a breath, hoping to connect from afar, whatever land you are sitting on right now. Okay. So I'm gonna share my presentation. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Monument of Memory. So this is my mama. I have her face. My mother is an archivist. She carries the records in her mind and in her mouth. The youngest girl child of 11, she keeps the stories. I grew up on Long Island in Westbury, New York. And when we would visit North Carolina, she would take me on rides, show me places that no longer existed. There was a lot of used to be's. This used to be this. This used to be there. I remember, but those places no longer existed. Some were overtaken by trees or industry or time. I didn't understand why she showed me these places gone, but I realized that she was passing the archive to me, calling me to commit the tree or the path or the falling wooden shack to memory. Also, look at these cute children. We really have the same face. My mother charged herself with creating scrapbooks for each of her 10 siblings. Uncle James Lewis, Uncle Buddy, who passed 13 days ago, Yvonne, Lily Yvonne, Uncle Douglas, Faye, Uncle Big Kurt, Uncle Clee, my mama then, and then you have my Uncle G, my my Uncle Lil Kurt, and my Uncle Tim. And yeah, she did the regular scrapbooking things of the patterned paper and the stickers, but she also did interviews. She would call up army buddies and ex-wives and lifelong friends, cousins, church members. So if you catch her on a good day, she can tell you a story about each of her siblings off the top of her head. She carries it like she was there. This is my foundation in preservation. And I say all that to say that my commitment to story keeping is in the same vein of those that keep seeds. It is ancestral, and I get it from my mama. So, as mentioned in my bio, my family and I run a Black theater company named Mojoa. It stands for Monèt, Jordan, and Aaron. Me and my brother's names mashed together. And we have a program that we've been doing for 5 years with the City of Raleigh Parks and Rec called Escape to Freedom. And I'll share how that story came to be. When I was in 4th grade, they decided to take a group of us. Mind you, I went to school mainly Black and brown kids, and they decided to take us to the woods of Connecticut for this thing called Nature's Classroom. And one day they decided to give us a lesson on slavery. Mind you, we're in 4th grade. As they're giving us this lesson on slavery, they say that we are escaping the plantation in groups. If we get caught, they're gonna write R on our forehead in marker and send us back. So we're going through the dark of the woods of Connecticut, escaping slavery. The slave catchers, who were played by the folks who worked at the site, at the camp, they would get increasingly aggressive as we went along. So I had this distinct memory in the last portion of this tour, this program, of being underneath a card table and this white camp counselor person banging a fake gun on the table. So I go home and I tell Mom, I went to this thing and this happened and they had a gun and it was the whole thing. And she was like, that's amazing. So one night, shortly after, my mother, after dinner, says, all right, y'all, so tonight we're gonna escape. Unbeknownst to us, my mother had called the neighbors. She had set up this whole escape tour in our neighborhood. This is my actual childhood street right here. Called the neighbors and set it up. So she had put on a costume. She had a flowy skirt. She had her hair wrapped. My brother, my youngest brother at the time, was not even a year old. She tied him to her body. And me, my brother Jordan, who was around 6, and a baby brother, went through the neighborhood escaping to freedom. We stopped at people's houses, a snack, and told us what direction to go. We never actually made it because my brother got scared and climbed the fence and then hurt himself. So we had to go back home, but it planted the seed. Fast forward many years. When we moved to North Carolina, back to North Carolina in 2012, we knew we wanted to start a Black theater company, and my mother knew that she wanted to do something around history. So we drove around, like, we want to do something interactive. We want to give folks that same experience because, you know, I just thought everybody's mama set up a Escape to Freedom slavery tour in the neighborhood, but that's not true. So we find this space, Monèt Historic Park. It's right near downtown Raleigh. It was set up in the 70s, and they brought all these historic buildings to one place. And they kept the original big house of the Monèts, this 2-story yellow building that we'll see in a few images. And we're like, this is perfect. There is a recreation of a kitchen, there's a church, there is President Andrew Johnson's original, his childhood home is there. And we set up this interactive experience on this site. And here are some photos from that. And now we've been doing that for 5 years. We cast based in our community. I'm just gonna scroll back to show you someone. So that man in that photo, that's King David. He's my distant cousin. This woman, she's an opera singer and a pharmacist. These are folks from our community who have been a part of this for years, telling this story to now that at this point, thousands of people. And what I found, so here's Andrew Johnson's house. What I found is that, yes, Monèt Historic Park has had these buildings, but they didn't have the muscle to tell my people's story, right? in anything close to its fullness. When they decided which buildings to save, they did not choose any of the homes where the enslaved folks lived. They saved the childhood home of Andrew Johnson. They saved a lawyer's office. They saved a church that was built by enslaved people in Chatham County, two counties over. And of course, they didn't even move the big house. So that's where we came in. So here's my question. What if the Black body, in both the individual and collective sense, is the most important site chronicling the history and legacy of slavery? How then would we invest in the upkeep, care, and preservation of this, our most important resource? What if the primary goal of explicit of slavery were the healing of Black people? How would that shift how we spent our time, invested our resources, activated the spaces, and told the stories? Yeah. I invite you into these questions, and I hope that you will let these questions do their work inside of you. I'm presently in these juicy inquiries with Mordecai Historic Park as we vision about what it would mean to, historic Stagville, as we imagine what it would mean to turn one of the largest plantations in the state from a historic site to a healing site. Through lots of conversations with staff, descendants of people who were enslaved there, members of the Okanachi-Banasaponi Nation, whose land was stolen, and artists and people in our community, we are asking, how do we write the relationship between the body, the memory, and the place? We are requiring the buildings, the artifacts, the archive into a reconciliatory process, because we know that nothing lasts forever. But while it is here, it can do its most best work, its most purposeful work. Yeah, I invite you into that work. I want to talk to whoever wants to talk about that. It's my dream, right? What more can the buildings do? What more can the buildings be? So thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for building a space inside yourself for me, my mother, my late Uncle Buddy, and the rest of my people. I honor this monument of memory that we have created together. May it serve us well. Thank you.
Baby, it's cool with me that you like to lie, 'cause I see the depression filling up your eyes, and I see oceans overflowing. Babe, it's cool with me that you want to die, and I'm not gonna stop you if you try. But the hole in my belly has started growing. Your name is about as easy to remember as the four ethers, and who the hell knows the four ethers? Your pain is about as easy to feel as the four ethers, and who can do without the four ethers?
Close your eyes. Imagine how different you would feel if the images that were just paraded in front of you were all Black women. How does imagining this difference make you feel? This was an excerpt of a piece of a performance work called Nation State Dominion. The purpose of that section of the performance is to demonstrate the impact that visual culture has on our psyche, our mind, and our spirit. I wanted to share a portion of that experience with you before I began this talk, because I use performance art in public space as a way to reconsider and recontextualize historical memory. I am a mixed media artist who makes work to wake us up and face our time. I am joining this Zoom from Piscataway territory. I make work that makes us wake up to face our time and recognize the imaginary of whiteness, the invisibility of intersectional oppression, the visibility of the constructs of power and race, and the material realities of class. Through my work, I am interested in rewriting canonical accounts of history through collaborative works, digital media, and immersive installations. In this talk, we are going to go on a journey through space, time continuums, and how lapses in the archives can be used as a tool for the creation of new, more inclusive memories. Toni Morrison once said in a talk after her book Paradise was released that storytelling, myth, belief, and magic, these are also important truth. Lies in our myths and our songs, that's where the seeds are. It's not possible to constantly hone on the crisis. You have to have the love and you have to have the magic. It is my aim to materialize this magic through my work around monuments. I would like to preface this talk with the fact that I am an artist and most of the research that I do is through conversations with people in real time. Primary sources are found mostly online and through library archives, but the majority of the research that I do is out in the world. I made this digital video sketch in 2017 after coming home from a long visit with a family member in unceded Choctaw territory in Mississippi. Most of the town is in disarray. Roads have not been paved for decades. And meanwhile, Confederate monuments stand unscathed in city centers. Of course, this extreme juxtaposition of material conditions is not unique to the object and experience of monuments or memory. When I was walking and driving around the state of Mississippi, I wondered, why isn't there a monument for Fannie Lou Hamer in the center of the Capitol? Why isn't there a monument for Fannie Lou Hamer in the center of the Capitol? Monuments are just another part of the program designed to maintain the white imaginary and used to sharpen the tools of the imperialist construction of white supremacy. If the object of the monument is a tool, what would it look like if the same tool was used to place a mirror in front of a culture and a society that for so long has ignored a deep investigation of itself and instead fills itself up with ignorance and blind thirst for power? I have been examining this concept in context of monuments since before 2016. After seeing the tremor of the Roads Must Fall movement in South Africa and the impacts of the Charleston massacre in 2015, it made me think about how and why do people in the present day feel a need to hold on to the objects that are monuments, despite the fact that we know that most monuments reinscribe structures and systems of patriarchy and the imaginary that is whiteness. Most of these objects are part of a chest, a tool that creates the social structures of whiteness. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, there are more than 1,700 symbols of the Confederacy in public spaces. 113 Confederate symbols have been removed since the Charleston massacre in 2015, including 49 monuments, 4 flags, and name changes for 36 schools, 7 parks, 3 buildings, and 9 roads. But the maintenance of these Confederate monuments are not the only problem. The United States has fewer than 400 statues that represent women in the entire country. In New York City, for example, there are 155 statues of men, 6 of women, 19 statues that represent Black and Indigenous people of color, and 23 statues that represent animals. And if we look at New York City as a case study in terms of how monuments are distributed by race and gender, then there is a long way to go to decontextualize and reconfigure public space to reflect a more equal, just, and truth-filled society. Toni Morrison once said, and I quote, "I regard my responsibilities as a Black writer as someone who must bear witness, someone who must record the way it used to be. The way it ought to be, I leave to the sociologists. But I want to make sure that a little piece of the world that I knew does not get forgotten," unquote. I will say that I echo this sentiment as a Black artist. My aim is to bear witness. However, as a conceptual community artist, I say that I am also interested in thinking through the way that the world ought to be as well. I started the process of the landmark work and with a series of workshops at the sites where Confederate monuments were removed in Baltimore City. To date, I have created this space for reflection on monuments in multiple sites, from the French Embassy in Washington, D.C. to public spaces in Dallas, Texas. I've gotten over 400 responses to a series of 10 questions that are meant to grasp the sentiment of a public in response to the concept and architecture of the monument. In this process, I am developing my own archive outside of the context of the social media that feels more visceral, because people are applying their pens and markers to a series of papers. I have stacks of paper in my home where my studio is, and I'm currently in the midst of deciding what it would look like to visualize all of this non-quantifiable data. Okwe Enzer once said, quote, "What memories does the archive possess? And what knowledge does it yield when prodded? And when memory and knowledge are unyielding to this prodding, it becomes necessary to invent new stories and inventions, which is what is happening at the Truth and Reconciliation hearings. In a sense, it is quite perverse, because that ability to reinvent a different past seems to be what South Africa is using to shape its future," unquote. Of course, in the context of the United States, we have not had any truth or reconciliation since the Civil War or the Jim Crow era, because the hard battle lines that were drawn as a result of the war on drugs recreated the caste of Blackness and continued the social reality of continuing to keep the social stratification of race. Of course, there has not been a truth or reconciliation because the dominant cultural narrative in the United States does not see the truth, nor have we reached a consensus of what the truth is. We can see the result of the response to this happening from January 6th as a clear example of this. The reality is that there are not as many monuments that reflect the life and work of Fannie Lou Hamer as I would like for there to be. So I created an ephemeral monument for the life and work of Fannie Lou Hamer that bends the space-time continuum and merges and ends the 19th century story of the lost cause with the voice of Fannie Lou Hamer. So these series of performances were performed on top of the sites where Robert E. Lee statue once was in Baltimore City.
I don't carry around a manuscript because it's too much trouble. I'm just up here to rap and to tell you what it is and to tell it like it is. As Martha said, I was born 53 years ago in Montgomery County. Now, Mississippi, you heard about this twister the other week, but it was already a disaster area before it was. And it's been a disaster area 53 years. I know when people over me said it was a disaster area before me. I was born 53 years ago.
So that was a section of a landmark Part 5, a tribute to Fannie Lou Hamer, that was performed in 2018. And I'm going to quote, there's a quote about critical fabulations that really ties to my work around memory and monuments. And I'm going to talk go through a little about that. So the approach that is guiding my creative practice of memory and monuments is most clearly described by Saidiya Hartman's term critical fabulation. I am taking the gaps in the archive and filling it with my imagination and guiding spirit of my ancestors. Through this critical fabulation, my aim is to create more equitable public spaces that make us consider moments of history that do not exist inside of a chapter in history textbooks. So in 2018, I proposed to create a temporary installation that commemorates the lives of the 272 people that were enslaved and sold by Jesuit priests in 1838. Without the sale of these 272 people, the institution of Georgetown would not exist. Due to a last-minute change of heart, the work could not be installed on the campus of Georgetown, and it was installed instead at the Smithsonian Arts and Industries building in 2019. There was a 4-channel sound installation that also featured the voices of present-day descendants of the people who were once enslaved, including Melisande Colomb, who was working on a one-woman show about her experience at Georgetown. Some of these family members that are currently attending Georgetown are constantly, their experience is quite unique. But one thing that is really important to note is that no one is attending the university for free, as the public relations campaign would lead us to believe. Each pedestal was hand painted. And when I made these works, I was thinking about how to convey each individual spirit, even though we don't know what each person looked like or sounded like, but also acknowledging that their voice lives on in the descendants who play on the soundscape that surrounds them. This next work was made between 2019 and 2020 and was a monument to reflect the life and time of Marie-Joseph Angelique, who was a woman who allegedly burned down Old City Montreal in an attempt to gain her freedom. Some historians say that the trial that preceded the event is the first demonstration of a narrative of someone who was enslaved. She was brought to Canada after being enslaved in Portugal. And of course, there are no images of her. So this 2-channel installation is a reflection of the spirit of who she was and her resilience in the face of obstacles that were insurmountable. When I visited the site for a residency, I went there to find the square or a monument that was in downtown that was supposedly named after her. And of course, no one knew of the square when I arrived in Montreal. And when I entered the tourist office, no one had heard of her story. She died in 1734 after being tortured because she never named her co-conspirator and was hung in the center of the city. When the work was installed at a gallery in Montreal, many people acknowledged during the QA that they were shocked that they never heard about the story of Marie-Joseph in school. But of course, I was not surprised. As I said earlier, pedagogy is another tool to maintain architectures of whiteness. Currently, I'm working on an augmented reality monument with LACMA and Snapchat that is honoring the life and legacy of Biddy Mason. And that will be revealed that will be launched on Snapchat in currently I am working on an augmented reality monument with LACMA and Snapchat that is honoring the life and legacy of Biddy Mason, and that will be launched in April. Ephemeral monuments has long been a practice of our culture. And, over the years, so if I think about what ephemeral monuments mean, right? Ephemeral monuments can be seen in the myth and Carnival and Mardi Gras and Kumfa and rituals that manifest Black and Indigenous memories that deeply impact the cultural architecture of any city or town that is home to such a festival. One question that I'm constantly considering when making my work is, how do we care for people more than we care about things? And how do we conjure? Or really, how do we continue to conjure and continue to manifest these critical fabulations in the face of seemingly insurmountable structures and systems that would prefer we remain silenced? Of course, there are examples when objects feel right when it comes to memory. Toni Morrison's Bench by the Road project speaks directly to this fact. After the critical acclaim of Beloved, she explained that, quote, "There is no place you or I can go to think about or not think about, to summon the presences of or recollect the absences of enslaved people. There is no suitable memorial or plaque or wreath or wall or park or skyscraper lobby. There's no 300-foot tower. There's no small bench by the road. There's not even a tree scored an initial that I can visit or you can visit in Charleston or Savannah or New York or Providence, or better still, on the banks of the Mississippi. And because such a place doesn't exist, the book had to. And of course, the Bench by the Road project was launched a little bit after this New York Times article released this statement by Toni Morrison. And here's one example. So to date, it's been installed in numerous cities across the United States through the Bench by the Road Foundation. But for me, I have to say that my art has to, and all of our art has to, continue to do this work, to consider memories that don't have permanent architectural pieces. And that's it. You can find more of my work here. My website is here and my Instagram is here. All right.
Will the other panelists join us? There you are. So before we kick this off and get into it, listening to you all, I wrote these words that we are bearing witness to your monumental art, and we see our ancestors through you. So I just want to take just a moment to recognize the brilliance of your creativity, of your mind, and how you hold power in space. Thank you for blessing us today. All right, so in my view, your work in art help communities reclaim often disregarded histories and stories that hold power. It's also clear that your work is personal, and the work that I do to elevate the contribution of African Americans in American history and make that history real is personal to me as well. It seems that art as preservation is your tool for expressing your individual identity, a way that you express your Blackness in public space. So my first questions to you: when you collapse multiple histories and memories with present day narratives, invite witness into a Black radical imagination, and imagine histories and socio-political realities in our bodies, whether that's ephemeral or permanent in historic public space. What's your motivation and goal? What's your inspiration for doing this work? And is there a link between power, place, and justice?
That is such a good question, Brent. That's an amazing question. Well, one, I want to say that I think sometimes, one, I just want to say that like, we're not new to this. Like when I'm thinking about like my individuality, like that's not a real thing for me. I feel very much connected to a legacy of folks. So what is actually radical for me is returning to the technology of gathering, of placemaking, of creating, that is actually really old technology, right? So I just really believe that I had the privilege of being able to use some language and from art spaces or academic spaces to actually like name some things that my grandmas and great grandmas and like were doing, right? So I think for me, one, part of the power is to claim in public that there is no lack, that there was no lack of brilliance, that actually like I come from a long line of technologists. And just because they were not able, like the things that they created physically were often purposely destroyed, that doesn't negate their brilliance or the fact that they made monuments in all types of ways.
Mm-hmm. What are you all thinking, Ada, Karyn?
Well, I mean, for me, it's really important to, I guess, be explicit in grounding the work in the fact that there are multiple histories. Where there's innumerable histories, and we're a big part of that. When I think about the work in terms of power, place, and justice, I could talk about, I guess, Bows Joined. I mean, I installed that piece a week before the Charlottesville supremacist rally. And I mean, once that happened, my piece, people were calling it, like, it was a call to arms. It shifted its meaning. I think about different things that happened with that work. The monument I spoke about, the Pistorius monument, there were ratchet straps around it. It was in complete disrepair. And I thought about it, that monument, first of all, why is that monument in the corner when that's the one that's serving the Black folks? Why is Washington's in the center? So this monument in disrepair, and I was thinking it was in another neighborhood, it was in a white or more affluent neighborhood, it wouldn't have been in disrepair. There wouldn't have been ratchet straps holding this thing together. So literally during the monument lab thing, they fixed it. Somehow they realized, so there was something about all of a sudden it had, there was some sort of economic weight all of a sudden to it. I was thinking about too, how there was one moment I would go to the park every day, and I had this woman, I overheard her, she didn't say it to me. She said, they must know we're still here. Because this piece was expensive. They could tell it's a huge 20, they must know we're still here. So there was something about the recognition of power and being seen. And then that led to actual economic wealth coming to the neighborhood, except now, unfortunately, gentrification is happening too. I mean, also, I remember when I was installing it, there was a vet who was upset. He's like, this is a poor neighborhood and you're installing a piece that's expensive. And we talked about what do we need to feel human? And part of that is, yes, we need the basics of shelter and heat and food, but we also need to see that we are beautiful. So that has currency, that has weight, that is value, that is justice, that is power and agency.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I feel like there's a lot that I can speak to with this question. I mean, my motivation and goal is to really think, like really make loud the silences, right? Like really, like give it like a left, right speaker bass, like have that bass, have that experience of the bass of our memories be heard and resonate in public space, right? Be it ephemeral or not, right? And I think, you know, like it's very like having this audio visual experience of our memories is really ancestral work, right? And so that's my goal and motivation, right? To really think through how to make make my ancestors feel like, okay, feel a little more settled, right? Because there's a lot of unsettling moments that are coming up, you know? And the links between power and Monèt, when you were talking about the story of like the houses and architectures in your city and town, right? Like it made me think of the story of my own. So like on my mom's side, my grandmother's house, like her whole entire, like there's like blocks and blocks in this neighborhood that are completely, it's like the houses are no longer there. It's just, you know, it's just a forest now, right? And it's, you know, so again, this work is like, it's creating the cultural architecture, right? Or creating the cultural experience when the physical isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just say, to respond to that, Ada, I think, you know, in the photo where I show like my childhood street, at the end of that street was my childhood home, but now that's a parking lot, right? In the same town, my father's childhood home became a parking lot, right? So I know that I personally have a relationship to space where I don't trust physical spaces, right? So I want them to do their best work while they're present. And then like, I can release like, okay, you did your work, because I think this ground ain't loyal, right? This ground has had like, this land ain't been loyal to Black people specifically, and to so many of us. So how do we, I think that's my rub, right? Around like, how do we both say like, yes, it's important to have physical things and like physical structures, and like, I honor the work in that, like, of that. And how do we make that accountable too? If we know that that's not an innocent, like nothing is innocent or nothing is just objective, how do we ask even our physical spaces to show up in relationship?
Yeah, when I think about preservation, I mean, I had a little pushback with that, but like, it's about preserving our humanity. So I'm like, what does that smell like? What does that taste like? What's the touch of? And I wonder about like, what's the moment that we're preserving, or like, I'm trying to figure out the balance between what's the moment in history that gets preserved when there's innumerable history. So where is the hierarchy of that? I'm also wondering about, it makes sense, certain things that we're gonna preserve because of importance to the culture, celebrity, but I'm super interested in how do we preserve the everyday lived experience. That's not gonna be Billie Holiday's home. So I'm just wondering about those places. Who judges it? Who decides? And where is that? Where's the everyday in this? And that's why I feel like my work is so much about the everyday, because that's what I'm preserving. That's my rub.
If you mind turning your camera off for us. Thank you. So you are spot on, and I'm constantly asking myself this question about who has the authority to define and tell the stories of Black America, whether it's stories of our historical figures that haven't received the reverence and respect that they deserve. Sometimes when I think about places like John and Alice Coltrane's home or Madam C.J. Walker's Villa Lawaro, I believe they deserve the same stewardship as Abraham Lincoln's cottage or Theodore Roosevelt's Elkhorn Ranch. But Monèt, you and Ada, there was such a through line about the everyday story. So do you see your art as a way of helping to bring to life the everyday experience? And again, who has the authority to make those decisions? Is it a preservationist? Is it an artist? Is it the Black community itself, or is it broader than that?
All of them, all of the above.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, I completely agree. And one, what does it mean to stand at the intersection of all of those things? Also, what does it mean to claim like, oh, I'm a preservationist, right? Like, what does it mean to say that outside of a context of I have a degree or I'm in an institution too, right? So that's part of my question. And then I just feel like, yes, we should. Madam C.J. Walker's house, like from my window, I can like down the street, I can pinpoint where Pauli Murray's house, childhood home is in Durham, right? Like it's not far from where I live. And I'm so glad that space exists. And what I desire is for us to trouble the archive and trouble the history of the place, because it's like, okay, we're doing a disservice if we just hold Pauli Murray as a Black woman, because that's not how they held themselves either. So how are we taking the multiple histories, the multiple truths? How are we talking about like Black capitalism when we talk about Madam C.J. Walker? Like how are we doing that with these spaces outside of like just hold it in its past context?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think also, you know, the space for like if there's more than one group at the table, that does provide more of a space for more possibilities, right? And more space to imagine and more space for the you know, or more space for the right to go versus the wrong, right? Like, because I you know, in my experiences working with larger institutions, they don't want to hear the real story, really, you know? So, and there's a fear of hearing the real story. So but then the question is like, what does it mean to really have an actual critical dialogue versus a dialogue that is from the top down? And that's a difficult way, or difficult it's a difficult road to go down, but it's, you know, but at the end of that road is much more meaningful work. Yeah.
Another thing that I noticed in all of your presentations was humanness, identity, and spirituality. And just to give you some background on me, and my kind of entry point to preservation was when I was conducting Rosenwald schools in my home state of Kentucky. And I would learn that my mom and dad attended Rosenwald schools, which was a massive school building program envisioned by Booker T. Washington and funded by Julius Rosenwald. And I began to understand that preservation wasn't just about the physical, it also had a transcendent kind of quality to it. And that was because Booker T. Washington's vision, which was more than 100 years past, was still ongoing and real and had directly impacted my life in the present moment because of my parents attending Rosenwald schools. So I started making this connection that the physical preservation of Black identity in space was a way to preserve a bold idea 100 years ago that sparked a social movement for the educational equality of African-American children. So that for me is like power, that's spirituality, that's the way that I connect to our ancestors, but honor them in the present moment. What's your view of art as preservation, as transcendence?
I mean, for sure, I definitely see I'm always like conjuring whenever I'm making, it's a conjuring, right? Like you have to, and that is difficult. It's difficult to put your finger on it, or it's difficult to describe in a sentence, right? Like you have to have this visceral experience of it in order to have that transcendent moment, right? Or in order to have, for somebody looking at it to have that transcendent experience. So I mean, yeah. It is a
I mean, black life, Black existence is embedded in imagining, which is part of that is transcendence. Is part of it is imagining a transformation to not be here, imagining another possibility. I feel like it's embedded in Blackness.
And I know, Monèt, when we were talking the other day and you mentioned this connection between your work and health and wellness, whether that was psychological or physical, and I could see that being a form of kind of preservation of social justice, or preservation as transcendence. How do you see the connection between your work and you know, the kind of current empowerment of Black people?
Yeah, I think specifically taking it to like the health piece of it. So like the work that I'm doing with Stagville, really thinking about, again, go back to technology. Growing up, we're told like Harriet Tubman was an illiterate slave, right? Like that was the message. Like she did all these things, she was illiterate. It's like, no, she may not have written English, but she could like interpret owl calls, and she could read trees and stars, and like that's a literacy. Those are literacies. So thinking about the ways that, because of like Black folks in Southern trees have a fraught history. What does that mean for Black folks to not feel en masse? And I know there are folks like Girl Trek and and other organizations that are trying to change that relationship between the outdoors and Black folks. But what does it mean for us to heal the relationship at the space that like where the rupture happened, right? So at the plantation, at the space, and say like, no, actually, come, we're gonna do a lesson on bird calls. We're just gonna come and we're gonna lay out our mats. We're gonna take a nap here on this land. What does it mean to do that? Like, and not just, yes, the spirit, and like, no, actually there's a physiological thing happening when we can calm our nervous systems and be present in this public space, because it's ours to do that.
And you made me think of Joe McGill's Slave Dwelling Project. And I just think that's a beautiful way of connecting people to space and spaces that hold trauma and trying to confront those kinds of issues.
Yeah, I had an experience with Battle is Joined, where this older man, I'd see him every day, and definitely he was obviously suffering, but getting through the day. And he'd start off with his big brown bag of liquor, and he'd drink it every day. And one day, I don't know why that day, every day I saw him, he would nod at me. One day he called me over and he said, I had to kill that woman and child. I'm a Marine. I served my country. And he just started bawling, and we just held each other. So there was something about that encasing, that seeing yourself, allowed him to have a moment of, it's not going to solve the deep wounds, but there was a moment where he could get it out to basically a stranger. And so I think art, and when we preserve these spaces, it's the space, but it's on the surface, it's in the heart, like it's in the stomach, it's all of that, you know. And I still think about that experience where he trusted me, or it wasn't even trusting me, it was like that object transferred to allow this thing to happen that was not that I never could have imagined.
That's powerful. I haven't really thought about this work helping with self-reconciliation. Hey, it looked like you were about to say something.
I was gonna say, but the self-reconciliation is related to the societal reconciliation, right? Like us as individuals, like we're part of a greater community, right? And if we're a greater community, people that are running around here unhealthy, internally, spiritually, then that will reflect in the culture and the society. But if we're a society where we're centering our health, or centering our health, then that would reflect, right?
So I'm curious about your creative process. And I'm also mindful that, and I forget which one communicated this in your talk, but in the absence of historical documentation, when I think of a lot of African American historic places, they don't have the artifacts because of kind of intentional and structural racism. You know, you look in the historical record and there's not a lot of documentation on African Americans in the U.S. How do you respond to that in your design process when you are activating space and telling these stories?
Well, I'll say that it's a lot of reading between the lines, right? So with us, particularly with Mordecai Historic Park, there were 3 WPA slave narratives that were taken from folks who were enslaved at that space. So we were able to like take those and then extrapolate the world from those documents. And I think because the work we do, specifically the work we do like with plantations and slavery, I think we want to do this thing where it's so far away that we're like, oh, we don't know anything about them. It's like, no, actually, we know so much. Like so much of that story is still living inside. And even like my mother would sing this horrible bedtime story to us about like, go to sleep, the little baby, the turkey's gonna come. And then when I listened to Fannie Lou Hamer and her album, her mother like knew that song from her mother who was enslaved, right? And like, so I'm like, oh, right, like we're still singing the same lullabies, right? So we actually have more information. And I think that's one of the ways that we find ourselves in between the gaps.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's usually a lot of deep listening for me, right? Like really sitting with the stories, but also thinking about the stories that are not there. And then in that thinking, I need to have some time and moments to listen deeply, because we have been so we've been enculturated with a particular narrative, right? Through pedagogy, through the architectures that we currently encounter on the daily, right? So taking time away to have or to reflect and have that deep listening is an important step in my process.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just try to do as much research as I can, but for me, it's always then spending time in a place, because someone always has a story. You'll get the information. It's there. And I think the work I do, I think what we all do, I'm always, it's always about the blind spot. That's the blind spot is what I'm trying to get to and spotlight.
So your work is so powerful. I'm curious, how can we inspire a new generation of BIPOC artists to help elevate diverse histories, to be able to tell these overlooked stories, whether it's local or national, and the use of artist preservation? I mean, it makes this work that we do so relevant. I mean, it is the most engaging public engagement strategy and tool that I think is available to us, and would love to activate 1 million artists like yourselves to be able to fill the gaps in American history. How do we do that?
Wait, on a practical level, cha-ching, cha-ching. I mean, I feel so recently I've discovered so many artists whose projects were up for so short because of funding, who didn't show us the money. I mean, I think about how in debt I've gone for some public art projects, but I was in a position where I can go in debt because I have a salary, because I'm a professor, but not everyone can do that. So for me, I'm like, I got to get the work out. It needs to be there. I'll charge with that credit card, but everyone does. So the money, it's pragmatics.
Yeah, money. Show me the money.
And I would say too, that trusting that these young artists, folks coming up, like they have it. they already know what they're doing. How do we give them opportunities to try and fail and try and risk and try again? Because that's all, I know that's all I'm ever doing. Like, ooh, that worked, but that part did not work, you know? And like being in that process and being held in community, like I said, when we do Escape to Freedom, there's like 28 people, like from literally a baby in arms to 70, 80 plus, like, so I'm really held. I would not be able to do what I did if not for that level of trust in my leadership and ability. So, and my mama, right? So I think it's just like giving folks room to try and resources to.
Mm-hmm. But I love the idea that this work also creates community, which is needed and beautiful. What's dream project for you all?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
I keep thinking about this past year, we haven't been able to go to those sites.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, what are preservations been doing this past year about thinking about other ways that aren't dependent on that physical space and have? I'm wondering what work has been done this past year when those spaces couldn't be engaged with artists coming in to make it all more interesting. I'm being a little flip, but I am curious. This was a 10 months of kind of an opportunity, and I'm curious what folks have been thinking about. Like, I love your project about the augmented reality. That's an opportunity. Yeah. But I'm wondering, what can we learn? What have we learned from this moment?
Yeah, I think what I've seen is that COVID has forced traditional preservation to be innovative and to leverage technology in ways to expand its reach. So many historic sites, whether it's Zoom conversations like this, whether it is at the Lucille Clifton House, where this month they're having an acclaimed poet that will read Lucille Clifton's poetry in their own and share that with the world. So I hope that this is just becomes an additional tool that's leveraged by historic sites to be able to, you know, again, extend the reach and make this history and the work more relevant. You know, I have this dream, this vision. So I'll share mine first because I want to hear your dream and dream projects. So you got Nina Simone's house in Tryon, North Carolina, vacant. You've got Lucille Clifton in Baltimore, Maryland, vacant. You've got Muddy Waters in Chicago, vacant. You've got all these artist homes that are vacant and haven't been activated. It would be amazing to have some kind of Instagram moment where artists are at each spot inside of that vacant space and they are breathing life through their art to be able to help build support and recognition for this history and the culture. That's a dream project for me. And various artists, visual, spoken word, musicians, you know, John and Alice Coltrane home. I mean, I see it. I need your help. So what about you all? What's a dream project that you've been thinking about? You don't want to share it? Is that a rule? Artists don't share their ideas?
Yeah, I get it though. I totally get it. Well, there's something that's coming up, which is the Augmented Reality Project in honor of the life of Biddy Mason. And it's going to be launched in April in Los Angeles, but a dream is to have it launched in other sites. So her story spans Mississippi to Utah to Georgia to Los Angeles. So I'd like for it to be a space where people can experience in Mississippi as well, and also in Utah and in Georgia. So that's one dream. And then another is I'm working with the Monument Lab and Goethe Institute. They're having a show and I think it's a symposium called Shaping the Past that's coming up this year. And as part of that, my dream is to do a temporary public installation right outside of in Freedom Square in DC, where the contested monument of Abraham Lincoln is. And at that site, I would like to install 2 pedestals and have a public performance dialogue about how people respond to that monument. But it's been difficult to get the permits for that for various reasons, because but that's the dream.
Well, let us know at the National Trust how we can collaborate on that. I think that'd be amazing.
I've had a dream that's actually just found out I got the commission yesterday. This African-American burial ground in Philadelphia that is connected to Richard Allen. It started the Bethel Church. And it was exciting because it was totally, people forgot it existed, and not even that long ago, maybe 10 years ago, someone discovered that it was there. So I'm doing a big memorial on the site. To me, that's going to be basically making the cemetery and kind of raising the cemetery up. So for me, that's like a dream project I've been thinking about, for the past year, and I finally found out that I was awarded it. So yay!
Congratulations, and I think this project is amazing because so many Black cemeteries are currently under threat. So to be able to elevate the significance of these cultural landscapes is really important and timely. What about you, Monèt?
Okay, so here's my big dream. So I'm working with Stagville. It's like a 3 to 5 year project, but I had this dream of this just expansive, radically invitational programming over time that would take someone who right now, if I ask them like, hey, you want to go to Stagville with me? They're like, I ain't going to no plantation. So that would include everything from like yoga on the lawn and like going and getting body work from like a Black healer on the space. I envision this dawn to dusk arts festival where across the space it's all mediums of Black American music and drumming and dance and poetry. And then at the end of the night, there's a light show on the big house where someone is like with lights destroying it and like having monsters eat it and all of this like with lights. And then having retreats where we have spaces where folks can like come stay in a lovely hotel in Durham, get treated really well, and then come to the land and just be in relationship to the land for a weekend. And then ending this like project with a huge like family reunion where we're having all these folks, everybody come, and then also like inviting the Okanichi bands, the Pony Nation, and really having this like cross-cultural, like celebration and honoring and like of one another. Yeah, that's my big dream.
That sounds like reclamation to me.
I'm trying.
Yeah. I love all three of these projects, and I'm gonna put a plug in for the Action Fund at this moment because I hope, because your art is connected to place and history, but it's contemporaries, you all would compete very well for an Action Fund grant. And we have invite proposals one time a year in December, make awards in July. Grants range from $50,000 to $150,000. And this is thankfully in partnership with the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, who, because of their generosity. So you, as well as the other artists listening, I encourage you to submit an LOI, letter of intent, in December. So I'm curious about ownership. And I just will give you this example, and you probably have heard about the 4 New York City-based visual artists that as a form of arts activism and politics, they created an LLC, acquired Nina Simone's Childhood Home. They've collaborated with the National Trust and the Action Fund. We are project managing, developing the stewardship plan. I'm proud to say that we have protected it with an easement. So it will forever stand upon that landscape in perpetuity. But what about the ownership piece? Do you feel that Black artists and artists of color should own space as well? And to use that space, that history, whether it's a landscape or something physical, to evolve the culture and the art that you communicate? It could be no.
I was going to say, this is a loaded, who knows, right? It's a very loaded question, right? Because the question, is it only Black artists that can make work about Black memories? That's the question. And does it have to be someone who is a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, right? Could it be somebody who is who didn't have that experience of the transatlantic slave trade, but also has the experience of this post-imperialist society, right? Or this postmodernist society, right? Like, I think it, I don't know. It's a good question to consider, right? Like, but I also think that this question of how do we have this truth, how do we create the truth and reconciliation through the art, right? I think that it would have to include all races of people, really, because, you know, James Baldwin, who was Monèt, you quoted James Baldwin, he talks about that, right? Like how, you know, the structures of the race caste impacts people across races in the context of the US, right? So I would, you know, so they would be, I mean, all people should be talking about how to reconcile the past, really. But it's interesting because as for me, like as a descendant of someone, of people that were enslaved, it feels like something that I am drawn to do, right? But yeah.
I think this is hard because Black folks, we're not a monolith. I mean, I think about the struggles I'm going with the witness piece. It's the Black students who said, she's not African American, she's Caribbean American, so maybe she shouldn't have done the piece. You know, so I'm trying to preserve Blackness representation, and they're saying we don't. So I think it's super complicated about it's complicated. Oh, how can we end on that?
Well, we're not going to end on that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you all the last word. And what wisdom would you depart to our audience? And I really want you to think about this wisdom through the lens of either art as reconciliation or art as joy.
I was going to say, could it be both? Can art be reconciliation and joy? I would say, and also I saw someone wrote in the QA, they thought that the bench work that I put in my presentation was mine. That's not my work, that's Toni Morrison's work. And I put that as the last slide as an example of when objects feel right, when it feels right to have that bench to sit down and reflect on the memory, right? Or sit down and reflect on the story that she wrote, Beloved, that is about this memory, this 19th century memory of enslaved people. And also, I think that in general, yeah, I'm interested in, you know, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, how do we get outside of this, like Karyn said, like, we're not monolithic. How do we get outside of this story? Like, why does our story always have to be about being enslaved? Or how do we get to the joy? How do we get to the moments of rest, or like Monèt said, right? Like, how do we get to the moments of spiritual release? And that's the goal.
I don't really remember your question, but I think about preservation has to be tied to empathy, care, power, money, agency, multiplicity, fragmentation, healing, and presentness. Do that.
What about you, Monèt?
I want to echo Ada and just like, my reconciliation cannot exist without my joy. Like, it just can't. And I think what I would leave with the folks on, like, in this colloquium is just for us to stop being so precious about buildings, and really, how can we think about the buildings being in relationship to place and people, right? So like Augusta Boal would say that Theater of the Oppressed was rehearsal for the revolution. In my artistic practice, I really think about it as rehearsal for the relationship. So when I think about ownership, I'm like, how can we use these spaces, these monuments, this art, how can we use it to practice a different way of being in relationship with each other, with space, with land, with history, with story? Because I think, like, I just think that would do something in our communities, right? And I'm just excited to see what it would do.
Well, this is a perfect way to end our conversation. Thank you for your brilliance and your humanness. I know that the audience got a lot out of what you shared today. I know I did. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Welcome back, or to those joining us for the second panel, welcome. I'm Anna Gasha. I'm a doctoral student in historic preservation at Columbia's Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation. And I'm delighted to introduce you to our panelists for the second panel of the Fitch Colloquium. First, especially for those joining us just now, I want to take a moment to reflect on the fact that while we are gathered virtually today, I am joining you from New York City. And I, along with Columbia as an institution, am in the unceded ancestral territory of the Lenape peoples. As we explore the themes of historical, institutional, and underrepresentation and misrepresentation today, I encourage you to think about the Indigenous stewards who have tended to and seek recognition on the lands where you are, and what actions you might take to honor these histories and communities past and present. In this panel, we will be exploring how artists have materialized the relationship between past and present through their works. But as we realized through planning this panel, this theme can point to several interrelated questions. First, working with histories of color often requires working against historic patterns of devaluation and disinvestment, which may have led to the physical connections to the past being built over and, as a result, less overt today. Given this, it's also vital to critically consider who is doing this labor and how mainstream preservation itself may need to rematerialize in order to make space for artists to claim a stake to preservation on their own terms. As we consider today what role artists, and particularly artists of color, can and should play within the field of preservation, this panel will explore the complexities of representation, ranging from issues of self-representation, combating false historical narratives, and who should assume the responsibility of tackling existing notions of history. So to begin our thinking on this, we'll first hear from Paul Rucker, a visual artist, composer, and musician who often combines media, live performance, sound, original compositions, and visual art. His work is the product of a rich interactive process through which he investigates community impacts, human rights issues, historical research, and basic human emotions surrounding a particular subject matter. Much of Paul's current work focuses on the prison industrial complex and the relationship between incarceration and slavery. Paul has performed and exhibited visual art exhibitions across the country, including in schools, active prisons, and inactive prisons such as Alcatraz, and has collaborated with educational institutions to address the issue of mass incarceration. His TED Talk, The Symbols of Systemic Racism and How to Take Away Their Power, addresses the normalization of systemic racism. The video has close to 2 million views. Paul is a Guggenheim Fellow, TED Senior Fellow, Rauschenberg Fellow, and an I-Cubed Arts Research Fellow at Virginia Commonwealth University. And currently, he is the curator for creative collaboration for VCU Arts at Virginia Commonwealth University. Next up, we have Nona Faustine, who is a born and bred New Yorker and award-winning photographer. Her work focuses on history, identity, representation, evoking a critical and emotional understanding of the past, and proposes a deeper examination of contemporary racial and gender stereotypes. In 2019, she was distinguished with the New York Foundation Arts Award in Photography, Brick Colleen Brown Art Prize, and Anonymous Was a Woman Award, and was a finalist in the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery's Outward Achiever competition. Faustine's work has been exhibited at Harvard University, Rutgers University, Maryland State University, the International Center of Photography, St. John the Divine Cathedral, the Tomie Otake Institute in Brazil, among others. Her work is in the collection of the David C. Driscoll Center at the Maryland State University, the Studio Museum of Harlem, the Brooklyn Museum, and the Carnegie Museum. In 2020, her work was acquired by the North Dakota Museum, the Frederick R. Wiseman Art Museum in Minnesota, Brandeis University, the Johnson Museum, Minnesota Institute of Art, and the Baltimore Museum of Art. Faustine's My Country series will be on view at the Fantasy America exhibit at the Andy Warhol Museum in Pittsburgh from March 2021. And our third panelist is David Hartt, who lives and works in Philadelphia, where he is the Carrafield Assistant Professor of Fine Arts at the University of Pennsylvania. His work explores how historic ideas and ideals persist or transform over time. Forthcoming solo exhibitions include The Histories at the Hammer Museum, Los Angeles, A Colored Garden at the Glass House, Connecticut, and the group exhibition Reconstructions, Architecture and Blackness in America at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. His work is in several public collections, including the Museum of Modern Art, the J. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, the Whitney Museum of American Art, the Art Institute of Chicago, the National Gallery of Canada, Ottawa, and the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam. In 2018, Hartt was the recipient of both a Pew Fellowship and a Graham Foundation Fellowship. And last but not least, moderating the discussion following the presentations is Justin and Garrett Moore, a graduate of Columbia GSAPP's Architecture and Urban Design program, and currently an adjunct associate professor of architecture in GSAPP's Urban Design program. His work spans housing and community development, place and open space design, historic preservation, public art and monuments, and civic engagement and participation. As of December 2020, Justin became the inaugural program officer for the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation's Humanities in Place program, which seeks to bring a variety of histories and voices into public, media, museum, and memorial spaces, widening the range of complex public storytelling. Previously, Justin was executive director of the City of New York Public Design Commission, where his work focused on fostering accessibility, diversity, and inclusion in the city's public buildings, spaces, and art. His professional affiliations include the American Planning Association's AICP Commission, the National Organization of Minority Architects, and the Urban Design Forum. He's also one of the founding board members of the Black Urbanist Collective Black Space and is conceivably the best person to be moderating this panel. So we're really excited to have him on board and can't wait to hear from all three of our panelists. So I will hand it over to Paul.
Hello all. First, I just want to say thank you for having me be a part of this. I've really enjoyed the conversation so far. It's been really insightful, and it's actually changed my slide presentation slightly to include a couple more slides. I want to acknowledge that right now I'm in Richmond, Virginia. I'm on Powhatan land. I'm going to South Carolina this week to my childhood home, which is on Cherokee land. And I've spent a great deal of time in Seattle for most of the past 20 years, where I still have a place there, and that's on Duwamish land. So beyond saying what land we're on, I always wish that we could give 50, 100 acres back every time we say it, because it's good to say it, but without action, it's just, for me, performative activism. And this is not a criticism of anyone, because I do talks all the time, and I'm from Seattle, where they're the first city, or one of the first cities, to change Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. And there's living Duwamish descendants that are there, that know where their ancestors' land was, but they're not getting that land back. So I just want to say that to start. Secondly, I'm from South Carolina. When we talk about monuments, I grew up with probably one of the most recognizable symbols, the Confederate battle flag. It's not the Confederate flag, it's the Confederate battle flag. And it flew during the time I was there in college. I would take walks around the State House, and it flew. It flew until Bree Newsom took it down. And I'm currently in Richmond, Virginia, land of Confederate monuments. It has more Confederate monuments than any place in the country, and it still does. Even though some have been taken down, it still has many, many Confederate monuments. And Marcus Davis Peters Circle now, used to be Robert E. Lee Circle, is probably one of the most brilliant pieces of art that's been created in the past several decades, as far as I'm concerned. And it wasn't by one artist, it's by a community that took it apart and made it, they just transformed it. And it's an amazing piece right now. I have 15,000 pieces of artwork, not artwork, but artifacts. I collect artifacts because artifacts tell stories. And I changed my slideshow because I wanted to respond to Monèt Noelle Marshall's story earlier about putting an R on the forehead. And that R on the forehead was for runaway slave. That R on the forehead wasn't just written with a Sharpie, it was branded with a hot iron. And this is one of my 15,000 artifacts, is a genuine runaway slave branding iron. And usually the first time you would run away and get caught, they would brand you on the thigh or the chest. If you got caught again, you would be branded on the forehead to really discourage you from ever doing it again. I wanted to include that one, this image in there, because, and one of the things that I do in my work is I deal with iconic imagery and I reimagine it. And one of my better known projects is this piece called, this is my Birth of a Nation project, where I made a new Ku Klux Klan robe every week for a year. And I kind of went on a little further, but this is a display of 52 robes here at the Institute of Contemporary Art in Richmond, Virginia. It'll be opening next month at the Virginia Museum of Fine Art. It's called Storm in the Time of Shelter. And I just want to talk about iconic imagery and the power that it holds over us and how it does go into our memory. It invades our memory. It permeates our memory. And it controls a lot of narrative, which is why I want to talk about something that came up in the last panel a little bit. It's that money, land. How can we change this narrative, and how can we be a part of a system such as capitalism that was never designed to be made for Black folks? Let's face it, it's not. It was never designed. I mean, slaves were the capital in capitalism. So I just want to acknowledge that factor. And I want to talk a little bit about my current project. It's called Banking While Black. It's highlighting the Black Wall Streets. And this year is the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Not the Tulsa Race Riot, but the Tulsa Race Massacre and the destruction of Black Wall Street. And my project is focusing on the 3 Black Wall Streets, not just the one in Tulsa, but the one in Richmond, Virginia, and the one in Durham, North Carolina, which was the first Black Wall Street. And again, the one in Tulsa was not a race riot, it was a race massacre. And, you know, what preceded Tulsa, you know, people are focusing on those 2 days, but let's talk about what preceded Tulsa, the thriving communities and the other Black Wall Streets. So before we get to the thriving part, I want to share an image with you. Because of an unsubstantiated rumor that a young white girl was attacked by a young Black man, a mob of 300 white people got together and pretty much destroyed 32 blocks of Black community. 32 blocks of Black community. And it left more than 10,000 Black people were left homeless, and more than 6,000 were rounded up and arrested. And white members of the community were deputized and basically looted the Black community, destroyed, burned. Aircraft were used with explosive devices to destroy the 32 blocks of Black community. And after this was done, this is what was left. This is an image of Tulsa, the most thriving community, Black Wall Street in the country at the time. Again, not the only one. There were more than 3, which we'll talk about later. But right now, so much emphasis is being placed on the 100th anniversary of this event. And this event was a sense, it created a sense of pride. It was such a significant event in the community that postcards were made about this event. There were postcards that were made about destruction of the Black community. And that's probably some of the best documentation from that event. Unfortunately, the community in large could not talk about the event. And even the newspaper article that sparked the race massacre that came out the day before the event can't be found. It's nowhere to be found. It was cut out of the archive. So this is just a couple more pictures of Black Wall Street after the destruction by the mob of 300. As I mentioned, 6,000 Black people arrested randomly. If you were Black, you were arrested, and you were rounded up, and you were taken down to the convention hall. This is a picture of people being captured. This is another postcard. nothing was off limits. Churches were burned. This is one of the churches that was burned during the Tulsa race massacre. These are items outside a house that was destroyed by the Tulsa race massacre. Here's a aerial shot. I'm guessing it's an aerial shot or shot from the side of a mountain, but it shows you the destruction. And as people are emphasizing, talking about the 100th anniversary of this, just a few years before, in 1919, there was an event called Red Summer where there were race massacres in about 38 cities across the country. 38 cities in 1919. Coincidentally, after the last pandemic, that event took place. But we can talk more about that at another talk, because we honestly don't have enough time to talk about the amount of Black communities that have been destroyed by white mobs, physical violence. So the insurrection, as you can call it, that happened earlier this year, January 6th, the US has a long history of that, but it's not taught in school. And if they ever erect a monument around an event or something, one of the biggest issues is that it's not a fully informed marker, typically. Most historic markers are not fully informed markers. So let's look at the narrative beyond 2 days, beyond the 2 days of destruction in Tulsa. What happened? What was happening before that? Why are we not emphasizing images like this? Look, Black millionaires. We're talking millionaires in the 1920s. Millionaires. And this is just, again, one of many Black Wall Streets across the country. This community had Black-owned, 600 thriving businesses, 21 churches, 21 restaurants, 30 grocery stores, 2 movie theaters, 6 private airplanes, hospital, banks, post office, schools, libraries, law offices, and a bus system, and very little crime. Why are we talking about this as we talk about the anniversary of Tulsa? We can go to Durham, North Carolina, the land of the first Black Wall Street. Let's talk about John Merrick, who went from being born a slave to being a millionaire. Why are we talking about that? Or C.C. Spaulding. Why are we talking about him? A.M. Moore, same. They were the 3 Musketeers. They were the 3 folks that started Black Wall Street and made Durham a thriving community. Imagine a Black man born a slave is his childhood home to the top right corner. And later, this is his home in the middle here. This is inside of the bank. Now, people talk about hidden history. The history is not hidden. We're just not choosing to look at this history, including it in the narrative of our story of American history. And I really want to emphasize that this is not Black history. This is American history. Again, do we see these pictures in our textbooks? This is Durham, again, first Black Wall Street. Where I am right now, this very moment, is in Richmond, Virginia. And I'm going to clearly say I am a homeowner, and one of the most rebellious things that I've done as a Black person in America is buy property, period. Now, why do I say that? Because there's been an eraser. There's been an intentional destruction of Black communities and Black neighborhoods. I am a few blocks away from where Maggie Walker who's pictured here, the first Black president of a bank in the country. Not first Black female, but first Black in the country. And I'm a few blocks away from a statue that memorializes her. These stories need to be told. There were 5 Black charters here in Richmond early on in the 1800s. These are extraordinary and amazing stories that need to be told, and also part of our history books. This is a picture of her in her St. Luke Penny Bank. Just want to keep on rolling here and check the time. We're doing good on time. And pictures. I've been collecting a lot of images online, which is a lot easier than collecting physical objects. As I mentioned earlier, I have 15,000 objects in my archive and collection, including postcards, not just shackles and items that were used for enslavement, but I also have a lot of historical objects around the military, historical objects around Detroit racial tensions and the Detroit race riots, as we call them. But I'm trying to figure out what to do with all these things. How do we change the narrative? One of the things that I've learned from having all these objects is that a picture can change the narrative. Can you imagine if more Black children grew up seeing this amazing picture of this guy and had some aspiration and had some sense of pride knowing that if you get employed, if you get a job, it's not just about being educated, because we know in this country that a white woman who doesn't have a high school degree is more likely to get a job than a Black woman with an associate's degree. So we need to talk about that systemic and structural racism. We got to talk about how we can instill pride in communities. This is just another picture from Durham. Up next is, this is just one of those historic markers, and we could spend a long time talking about these historic markers and the value of this system, but also what's left out. Can we talk about what happened to this community in the plaque? Can we talk about elements of white supremacy and urban renewal, which means Negro removal, if we want to be talking openly about things? What is the full, complete story of Black Wall Streets across the country? What's the complete story? A fully informed story about where these communities went, why these communities did not survive. Can we have a serious conversation about that? Because if we're talking about historic preservation, we're also talking about controlling a narrative. And that narrative can be as truthful, or it can be as, I don't want to call it just a lie. I mean, we talk a lot about fake news and, misinformation. But I think the destruction of Black communities is probably one of the biggest pieces of misinformation that America lives with every single day. Blaming the inequity and the disparity in wealth that currently exists on education, when people don't understand critical race theory, when critical race theory is banned, even though critical race theory is not a really significant part of our educational system. But that's another, we can discuss that during our panel discussion. So I just want to leave you with a couple more things. And basically, how are locations marked? Is all of the story told? I want to give you a little bit of a quiz. What do these dates and locations mean to you? And you can put them in the chat if you know. September 30th to October 1st, 1919, Elaine, Arkansas. This should be in our history books. I mentioned it a little bit earlier in a relationship to the many cities that this event took place. January 1st, 1923, Rosewood, Florida. Some of you may know it from the movie. Some of you may not know it at all. And some of you may not know it if it wasn't for the movie. October 11th, 1898, Wilmington, North Carolina. If you think January 6th of this year was such an odd thing in American history, look at what happened October 11th, 1898 in Wilmington, North Carolina. You'll have a better understanding of American history. I just wanted to include this image. I did a residency at Blue Mountain Center, one of my favorite places, and it was this sunset that I said, it blew me away, and I'm glad I had my camera with me. And then I took a picture of the sunset, and it just kind of recenters you a little bit. And again, thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to be and to express. And I'm honored to be here with the rest of the panelists, and thank you very much. And we'll talk again in a few with the panel.
Okay. And when I want you to go to the next slide, I'll just say next, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, so in the fall of 2012, I began to photograph myself in the city of my birth, New York, places where the enslaved lived, died, or are buried, understanding the monumental role Africans played in building the United States, including my city, a hidden history most people do not know. I began to photograph myself nude in protest and solidarity with those early Africans, frustrated that the contributions in history that had gone unacknowledged. The majority of these sites have no plaques, monuments, nothing to note their importance, just a mention on a page in a book or dead farmer's diary. And this is the Wall Street site. This is where the enslaved were sold. And it's really funny that New York City put us a plaque, but not at the exact site where my research and scholars have indicated that this was one of many sites. It's far off from the mark. So I just find that interesting. Next. Next. So whose stories are constantly retold, whose are erased, hidden, and suppressed, what myths are created, even around the Statue of Liberty. You know, we don't talk about how this statue was given to the, America from France to commemorate the ending of slavery. And even the Black woman who was modeled, was the model for the Statue of Liberty. You know, we only generally talk about it being a statue to commemorate immigrants. Next. So the site of this is the site of the great abolitionist Sojourner Truth, which is in Chinatown, and it's 72 Canal. It's currently unmarked. And this was a Black neighborhood back in colonial times. So it's amazing to me that, again, this is a unmarked site. Next. And why is the site that held the enslaved of Adrian Van Buren's unmarked? Ye are my witness. And this is in the Park Slope, Brooklyn. And again, it's not until scholars and historians, call attention to these sites, then, all, construction or about to be construction stops. And until I feel like sometimes they wait until the public, forgets or moves on. And this is one of the sites that was Revolutionary War site that was the Adrian Van Buren, who owned a lot of this land, wrote in his diary that this was where his enslaved African people were buried, along with some Hessian soldiers from the Revolutionary War. Next. And why it's too convenient to leave the enslaved where they are buried. Instead they cover them with 25 feet of landfill and drop enormous federal buildings on top of them as if they never existed, to conquer and crush them. And this is also a site where Tweed Courthouse on Chambers Street, and a lot of the federal buildings around there sit on the African burial ground, which is 15,000 bodies of African women, men, and children. There's a memorial, the African burial ground memorial, not far from there, but it's very small. But basically, all of these buildings sit on top of this burial ground. Next. Still today, at this very moment, we coddle and protect enslaver presidents like Washington. He resides on the American dollar. Companies like American Express sponsor Federal Hall. They make contributions to institutions that uphold his legacy. Next. And
you know, been going to DC before the 2016 election, you know, just photographing the most iconic monuments. You know, Washington is a city largely built by enslaved labor and designed by a Black man. You know, Africans built our grandest cities, towering structures of democracy, a democracy they were not supposed to be part of, yet we build playgrounds and soccer fields over their graves. Next. This is called a proper place. This is a soccer field / playground in what is Chinatown. Again, Chinatown was first a Black neighborhood. Before that, it belonged to the Lenape Indians. Shout out to the Lenape. And so there still remains all around the Lower East Side, particularly in this area. Next. I guess to mark these sites would be an indictment, heinous crimes against humanity. And I once was confronted by a viewer who said, what do you want from white people? I don't make art for white people, I said, but what I do want is what you have, and that is recognition. The graves of my forebears to be protected, and monuments that sit on hills, to have monuments that sit on hills like a temple to Olympus for our ancestors. This is the Lefferts house. Africans built this house. It's 4 generations of Dutch lived here. They were one of the largest slave owning families in New York City. And in doing so, I paid tribute to my forebears, my foremothers who were domestics and took care of other children, people's children while taking care of their own. Next. Instead, we build monuments to, you know, genocidal explorers. Next. To enslavers. Next. You know, a Frankenstein gynecologist. Next. And this is M.J. Sims. His statue was taken down on 105th and 5th Avenue. As many of you may recall, he was a gynecologist who did experiments on enslaved women with no anesthesia. So in the Great Reckoning, some of these statues have been taken down. Next. But in our attempt to erase criminals put on pedestals, we must be careful not to erase their crimes from future generations. Thomas Jefferson owned 600 human beings and fathered 5 children with Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman who was his wife's half-sister. But despite that knowledge, he's still revered today as an American hero. And to many, he leaves more than a legacy of lies and contradictions. Next. Time doesn't necessarily suppress the ideology or power harnessed by these statues and monuments. This is Stonewall Jackson in Charlottesville. Next. New generations come and take up the tiki torches. This is Robert E. Lee. Blurring and distorting, reconfiguring them in praise of famous men no more. But what I'm still really asking is, can you inherit a memory of trauma? And how does one generation respond to the enduring struggle, pain, and conflicts of the previous one? Unsettled debts and crimes go unacknowledged. Next. Analyzing a legacy that has been handed down to a scripted revision of lies. We will add a new piece to the puzzle. And this statue is in front of the Museum of Natural History. This is Theodore Roosevelt, the equestrian with an enslaved man or an African man on one side and a Native American on the other. And this is one of the statues that has been deemed to come down. It hasn't come down yet, but activists have targeted this. And this work that I started in 2016 with the statues. Next.
So just to make sure everybody can see my screen okay?
Perfect.
Yes. All right, so I'll begin. I want to start with an interesting quote that I've used occasionally to demonstrate how positionality functions as an aspect of my own practice. What interests me here is how it exposes a contradictory position of how we might think of historic preservation. Le Bel-Poussin writes in African Nomadic Architecture, to understand nomadic boundaries, we need to think of the built environment and its spaces in the context of movement, the movement of people, the movement of one's world, of material culture. Movement, however, is also an essential part of our cognitive experience. For the nomad, home cannot be understood except in terms of journey, just as space is defined by a movement. Thematically, I'm interested in the relationship between communities and their surroundings, and the ways in which the built environment shifts and accommodates different populations. The work is in fact an assertion of the importance of movement as a fundamental characteristic of human culture. If we think, for instance, about post-colonial identity, we have to go to the moments of the formation of colonies and of the establishment of the psychic and physical infrastructure that continues to haunt us today. We have to think about the movement of peoples, of diaspora. We need to move back to the point where these groups are being mobilized, either through their own volition or through the institution of slavery and conquest. The work negotiates between the present and a period where you actually see the present taking shape. In addition to an expanded and fluid concept of spatial boundaries, our understanding of history isn't always fixed or linear. The Hegelian concept of human progress evolves with constant recursive digressions. The built environment is similarly convoluted in its development. The Venice Charter was written in 1964 as a framework for the conservation and restoration of historic sites. Article 7 states that a monument is inseparable from the history to which it bears witness and from the setting in which it occurs. Or this excerpt from Article 11. When a building includes the superimposed work of different periods, the revealing of the underlying state can only be justified in exceptional circumstances, and when what is removed is of little interest and the material which is brought to light is of great historical, archaeological, or aesthetic value. And it states of preservation good enough to justify the action. The implication here is that we're constantly editing history through judgments conditioned by our present, or how that certain histories are never properly recognized, recorded, or valued, or more perniciously, subject to revisionism or strategic erasure. I'll start with a work of mine from 2010, a piece that unintentionally took on the burden of documentation and historical preservation, as I found out that the site was sold on my first day of a 2-week film shoot. Straylight is a film installation. Straylight is a film installation in suite of photographs, typically shown in a 2-gallery configuration. The first has an array of images selected from the suite and acts as an antechamber for the film installation in the second gallery. Standing sentinel-like, framed in the doorway to the second space, the viewer encounters a sculpture acting as an establishing shot. Its elements are precisely made of thick slabs of water jet cut, painted aluminum, and acrylic. Once in the room, the other elements reveal themselves. A video soundtrack loop projected to cover entirely one wall. The floor of the room is carpeted in a custom-made archival pattern specific to the location of where the film was shot. The subject of Straylight is the headquarters of the Johnson Publishing Company. The building was designed in 1971 by John Mudasani, an African-American partner in the firm Dubin Black. It was purpose-built for JPC and their portfolio of businesses. It is 11 stories tall and an iconic presence on South Michigan Avenue in Chicago, with its illuminated ebony jet marquee on top of the building. The incredibly preserved interior of the building was executed by Arthur Elrod and is a clear, exuberant expression of the founders John and Eunice Johnson's taste, resolutely modern, colorful, layered, and complex. JPC is singular in that it is both the register of the post-war Black experience as well as a media instrument that shapes and defines a very clear aesthetic, philosophical, political, and economic vision. The title references the monochrome nature of some of the JPC titles, including jet, ebony, and historically, tan, hue, and black stars. It also addresses an inflection point in the history of the company with the collapse of the publishing industry and an increasingly hybridized culture. The score for Straylight was composed by Nicole Mitchell. Significantly, Nicole was the first female president of the AACM, an institution famous for its association with musicians like Henry Threadgill and the Art Ensemble of Chicago, preeminent voices in the avant-garde music at the time of the building's construction. Straylight technically, in an optical system, it's light that wasn't intended in the design, that limits how dark the system can be and thereby how accurate a reading it can provide. And for me, operationally, it's a wandering itinerant approach that allows participation, the kind of participation that can change the rules because it brings a variant point of view and generates a different reading. Interval was initially commissioned by LAX Art as part of their occasional project. I chose to cite the piece in a former flower shop at the Bonaventure Hotel, an icon of postmodernism and cited extensively by Frederick Jameson in his essay, The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism. The building was designed by John Portman and completed in 1976. The site not only references the history of Southern California architecture and the post-Fordist landscape that Los Angeles embodies. This deliberate citing attempts to annex the possibilities of architecture in a potentially post-ideological time. Jameson describes it as a total space, a complete world, a kind of miniature city. To this new total space, meanwhile, corresponds a new collective practice, a new mode in which individuals move and congregate, something like the practice of a new and historically original kind of hypercrowd. Interval is a film installation comprised of source material from two locations. The first is Whitehorse in the Yukon, and it's the subject of a white paper entitled The Squatters of Whitehorse by anthropologist and geographer James Lotz, a protagonist in Glenn Gould's 1967 radio work, The Idea of North. He makes passing reference to the document in the work's narrative. It records the living conditions and habits of various individuals living in specific settlements around Whitehorse, from itinerant laborers involved in resource extraction to members of the Métis and First Nations communities. The second location is Sakhalin Island, geographically part of the Japanese archipelago, but Russian territory. It was a former penal colony and the subject of Anton Chekhov's only work of nonfiction, The Island, A Journey to Sakhalin. It is historically contested territory with a diverse population ranging from Russians, Japanese, and Koreans to an indigenous population of Gilyak and Ainu. The text is a rigorous examination of the conditions and habits of the island's 19th century inhabitants. My interest in using these two locations has as much to do with Gould and Chekhov as it does with each site's conceptual potential as a marginal geography with a singularly focused economy. Both figures found it necessary to find subjects on the periphery of their individual societies in order to find the critical distance to comment on the center. The title interval references to both the shared harmonic result of two notes struck simultaneously and temporal spatial displacement. Rem Koolhaas writes in Junk Space, there are no walls, only partitions, shimmering membranes frequently covered in mirror or gold. Jameson acknowledges the emergence of a new cultural and environmental archetype. The structure is emblematic of the emergence of the third stage of capitalism, the postmodern or the multinational. And even though he calls for a new form of artistic practice in cognitive mapping, he fails to acknowledge the emergence of a third kind, beings whose hybrid ethnography and experience of the world is as deracinated as the spaces they inhabit, virtually or otherwise. Perhaps this is the dream of Constant, a global nomadic population imprinting new narrative possibilities with every encounter, a permanent dérive. Both Rem Koolhaas in Junk Space and later Hal Foster in his symbiotic text Running Room assume some of the same insights and prejudices present in Jameson's text. It prioritizes a late capitalist understanding of architecture's potential and its prevailing neoliberal narrative. Here the work shifts to the installation in 2015 at the Art Institute of Chicago. Hal Foster writes in Running Room, in fact, junk space describes a stage of modernization whose energies no longer project forward into time, but fall back entropically into space. If, as Koolhaus suggests, that we're living in times in which architecture is no longer motivated by an ideological imperative, but is instead a pure instrument of capital, what does this mean to formerly marginalized communities, regardless of their physical location and their ability to assert themselves within a global narrative? The strategy of traveling to the periphery in order to understand the pathologies of the center has to do with more than just adopting the methodologies of Gould and Chekhov. Perhaps the work addresses a new condition of constant hybridity, a prototypical hyperspace. It also has to do with our current understanding of decentralized global culture, the redistribution of wealth and power, and a poetic analysis of two communities who, as a result of the flow of global capital, are in the process of active myth-making and reterritorialization. In 2018, I embarked on a cycle of 3 works collectively titled The Histories that borrows its title from the Greek historian Herodotus's foundational history of Western culture, replete with allegorical descriptions of regime change, trade routes, and daily life during the 5th century BC. Herodotus's text provided a model that I transposed, shifting the era and the geography to focus on the Americas and the Caribbean during the 19th century. Concepts of race and place are fraught, complicated, and unsettled. The work uses unexpected figures from the fields of music, literature, and art to demonstrate the crisscrossed fault lines of empire, post-colonial contraction, and revolution. Despite being rooted in the recent past, the work avoids anachronism through an almost post-human outlook that decenters our grounded physiology in favor of an itinerant, floating, almost technical regard. The work's aesthetic is the unblinking gaze of satellites, drones, and other forms of surveillance technology, rotating the dimensions of specimens and terrain. Materially, the work utilizes contrasting mediums from large-scale jacquard-woven tapestries to freestanding high-resolution 4K video screens and quadraphonic sound. From a performance space in the men's lounge for the performance of the music of African and Jewish diasporas, to an orchid garden in the main sanctuary catching rainwater dripping from the soaring roof of tropical plants illuminated in subterranean gardens. The first iteration shown here is the Histories Le Monde Singulier, a commission from the Beth Shalom Preservation Foundation and cited in their historic Frank Lloyd Wright designed synagogue in Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. I explored how the abolitionist cause brought together unlikely figures, including Martin Johnson Heed and Louis Morel Gottschalk, synthetic figures who understood the changing social, political, environmental, and artistic qualities of their time. The music of Gottschalk and the paintings of Heed act as ciphers that surface some of the prevailing concerns of the era. To compound the synthesis, I invited the noted Ethiopian pianist Girma Yefreshewa to interpret pieces by Gottschalk for the score. I also traveled to New Orleans and Haiti to film and photograph, revisiting the historic landscape of Gottschalk's family and childhood while rendering scenes of unspoiled wilderness as Heed might have seen it, as a symbol of freedom and emancipation. The parenthetical title is from a composition by Gottschalk, and it names a tropical plant, the manganiel tree, nearly every part of which is toxic to humans. Anecdotally, at least, it's also anti-colonial, in that an arrow dipped in the sap of the manganiel killed Ponce de Leon. I want to end with an outline of a project that I'm working on currently as a commission for the Glass House, an historic compound in the former home of architect Philip Johnson. The work is sited on the grounds, the Glass House itself, and in the painting gallery. It's organized by Cole Akers, the curator of special projects at the Glass House. So in my work, I explore how historic ideas and ideals persist or transform over time, and A Colored Garden, the work's title, is a new work that attempts to derive a contemporary understanding of place from a site encoded with a near mythic cultural history. The work asks how prevailing notions of place have been commodified, codified, and contained. It then proposes new social, political, cultural forms of participation and ideally a porous, hybrid, and inclusive concept of reterritorialization. This new work responds to the site of the glass house in New Canaan, Connecticut, and to the local history of both oppression and support of its African-American community. Work on the grounds began this December. For this, the first artist designed garden to activate the historic site's 49-acre landscape. Located in the southern meadow, just below the glass house itself, the circular garden will span 40 feet wide and comprise an array of flowers, including peonies, chrysanthemums, zinnias, and phlox, that bloom sequentially, creating a variation of height, texture, and color. The selection of flowers corresponds to the plant varieties found in the paintings of Charles Ethan Porter, an African-American artist whose poetic still lifes, landscapes, and portraits were celebrated and collected by his contemporaries, Frederick Church and Mark Twain. Although Porter studied in New York and worked for a time in Paris, his work is firmly rooted in Connecticut, where he spent most of his life. The circular shape of the garden echoes Johnson's designed elements within the site, as well as Donald Judd's site-specific concrete sculpture. For the duration of the project, a bronze mask, reminiscent of an Oscar Schlemmer design, will hold cuttings from the garden and sit atop the dining table in the glass house. In the nearby painting gallery, a selection of still life paintings by Porter will hang alongside new photographs of mine made in response to Porter's images. Lastly, a film shot on site reflects on the Arcadian ideals represented in the structures and landscape, and most explicitly in the painting, the burial of Phocion, attributed to Nicolas Poussin. It stands next to a seating area in the glass house. Johnson famously hosted lively salons in this area, hosting celebrated guests from the fields of art and architecture. Set in this area, the film documents the recording of a new work by Tamika Reed and a group of African-American women musicians. The roving camera will capture the performances, conversations, the structure of the building itself, and the pastoral context it finds itself in. The work revives embedded narratives lying dormant in the landscape, a playful, exuberant, and vibrant complement to the surrounding grounds. Thank you for your time. Justin, we might have lost Nona again. Should we jump into the questions?
Yeah, I believe, yeah, that must be what happened. Yes. Well, first, really a big thank you to Paul, David, and to Nona. Hopefully Nona will be able to join us again soon, but in the interest of time, I do think we should go ahead and move on to our discussion. First, I want to say for members in our audience, we've seen and heard a lot, and I'm sure there are questions that you have. So I do want to encourage you to use the Q&A function, and we'll sort of glean from your questions to help activate our conversation. But first, I just want to say that, again, big thank you, because I'm going to be processing, I think, a lot of this work and some of the histories that you shared probably for weeks. It was a lot, but in a good way. And I think it sort of reminds us kind of how much work there is to be done, but also it reminds us how much has already been done and how much we already have to better understand and elevate kind of as a part of our collective narratives as people, as a nation, or even broader, just as humanity. So I want to just sort of acknowledge that. But while we're sort of hopefully waiting for Nona to rejoin and get some audience questions, I did want to offer kind of an initial response that is direct to some of the work that you just shared, but also some of our prior conversations. And I think the context for this conversation is that it's no secret that historic preservation as a field is associated with white-centered disciplines like architecture, like quote-unquote history, and with white-centered and Eurocentric historical contexts and value systems. Paul raised capitalism, for example. But there does seem to be a growing acknowledgement, right, that historic preservation, conservation needs to change, and your work is, I think, sort of evidence, or it's sort of a glimpse of what that change might look like, how our practice can be different, and to sort of have a more complete and complex understanding. So this idea of the practice, I think, is what really comes across looking at the three of your work from different dimensions is of interest. So I'd like each of you to speak a little bit about how you have situated your practice in the context of, let's call it, quote unquote, preservation, or, if that's not your point of entry, perhaps as an alternate, kind of how you situate your sort of addressing of either erased or marginalized heritage or histories or culture in the context of your practice as an artist. And I know David had, I think, kind of a bit of a preamble on your presentation, so maybe you can kick us off with that situated practice question.
Yeah, it's a great question, but it's also a tricky one for me to answer, just in terms of, for me, the role of the work I make is about trying to dimensionalize problems that sit in the world, right? One of the unique aspects of being an artist is we can productively borrow the methodologies of various disciplines. So I can work, I love Jorge's kind of establishment of historic preservationists working as lawyers. But artists have the same kind of freedom in terms of the kinds of methodologies we exploit in terms of understanding problems, right? So I can work as a lawyer, or I can work as an anthropologist, or I can work, as an economist, or I can work as an architect, in terms of trying to understand these kind of, pernicious questions about history, about sovereignty, about representation. And really that's, like, I want that to kind of stand out as a kind of assertion of agency, first and foremost. And then what the problems are, there's a whole spectrum of problems that interest me. And the examples that I presented here in terms of work, what it attempts to do, I think, is perhaps I'm really careful about this idea of recuperation. That the work somehow restates or reclaims histories that were lost or incorrectly reported or never reported, but rather using the work heuristically as an opportunity for me to explore and understand and dimensionalize the histories of places and of engagement. And so what I'm interested in doing is trying to recognize the entanglements of these different histories and how they kind of support each other, and give credibility, to voices perhaps that aren't recognized, but that, again, through the work, we assert their importance and specifically their contributions, so that on the other side, we begin to recognize the complexity
yes.
of the moment and of the place.
Yes, I love that. The entanglements and complexity reminds me of some of the work that Paul was sharing, right? The narrative, for example, of the Tulsa massacre, and kind of the work of understanding that there were actually multiple layers to that story, multiple erasures beyond only the violence. But I really appreciate that sort of construct to think about our practices and the roles that the different disciplines have to, in a way, sort of deconstruct themselves, right? To acknowledge and understand what the work is exactly. So maybe Paul?
Yeah, thanks again. Great to see you again, Justin. Someone put in the chat, someone checked the date 1898 and found nothing, but if you put in 1898 Wilmington, you'll find a lot. I'm doing a project now where you can put the date and the location and things will pop up. But what else happened in 1898? This is kind of like the overlapping history. A lot of things are happening at that. David just kind of said it, I forgot how you phrased it, but they're intertwined. These histories are intertwined. I mean, 1898 was Spanish-American War. McKinley was president. Someone else asked in the chat about talk more about Chinatown, and I don't know if that was for me or for David, but I mean, I think we can't talk about Chinatowns without talking about the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. We can't talk about what happened then with Chinatowns being burned down, and why don't we know about this part of our American history? So I think my approach to this whole thing, I have artifacts, but I've also taken on the role of becoming a historian, learning more about actual American history, the parts, that, Howard Zinn told us about, the parts that are not really buried, they're just not told to us. They're not taught to us. So yeah, we don't have enough time today to even talk about the level of misinformation and false narratives that we're fed from the time that we're kids about, Columbus sailing the ocean blue and, the Thanksgiving that really wasn't such a great event. Maybe that one day was great, but after that, it went all downhill from there. So yeah, we can go.
Yeah, 1898, and I definitely underline that Red Summer year, right? These sort of inflection points. I could argue that we're all still living through one of these kind of inflection moments in history, and it's important to look back at those. And I know 1919 was another one of those. I did want. Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to point out, 1919 was the racial uprisings. It was right after the 1918 pandemic. Parallel, 1920s were also the time where the right wing, the Ku Klux Klan rise. And that's why I did the show on the 2015 was because it was the 100th anniversary of Birth of a Nation, the movie. So actually after the last pandemic, white supremacy organized like it never has in the history of our country. There was a march on Washington in 1925. Is there a parallel to now? Yeah, there is. I mean, there were 5 million members of the Klan in the 1920s. That doesn't include the 500,000 women that were organized in Little Rock, Arkansas, who were members of the Klan. So we could talk all day about parallels of 100 years ago and how history repeats itself over and over again. Okay, thanks for that little bit of a moment, Justin. David.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to welcome Nona back. Thank you. We know this is how it is. This is
Verizon. I'm going to jump Verizon. They're supposed to come out tomorrow, and there's something wrong with my line. So I don't know. Make it quick so I don't know. I may go in and out again. I don't know.
No problem. Yeah. So the question we're asking is kind of how you're really situating your work and practice within this kind of unusual context of what people call preservation, historic preservation and context. So,
it's funny. I before this panel, I mean, I knew all the politics of what I was doing, but I don't know, because I guess I'm the nature of who I am as a loner. I never really saw myself as part of this bigger picture of preservation, but I know that is to be true. It's just something that's instinctive, intuitive to me. Growing up in a city so historic of New York is one of the oldest cities in the country. And so, you can't help but walk around and look and ask questions about what was here before, or when they tear down something and they discover something. And how I found about the African burial ground is I was literally walking past it one night when they were digging up these bodies. And so, I don't know, it spoke to my nature, I guess, my curiosity as an artist, my love of history. And so, it's just an instinctive part of who I am. And so that's how I guess I look at the world, and so that's my take on it. But it's something that I found a way to bring my love of art, my love of photography, my love of history and archaeology and anthropology into one, into my work and into my photography, because I feel like I'm not just a photographer. One of my friends said, you're the first historian photographer I know, So I guess, I found this niche, this area where I can make art around the things that I care about.
Yeah. Yeah, I love, in a way, we're sort of challenging our disciplines and roles and subjectivities, right? And so already kind of seeing ourselves as multiple, I really appreciate each of you kind of highlighting, right, your experiences and perspectives are multiple. In a way, that's the work, is sort of acknowledging that complexity and multiplicity, even kind of within your own practices, and kind of appreciate that sort of acknowledgement. So I'm going to start kind of pulling through some of the questions, but before you go to those, I did have sort of another broad one for each of you to respond to a little bit, in that, and I think it speaks directly to some of the points Noelle was just making. So this panel, kind of within today's conversations, this panel is the idea of materializing the work. You know, I think the idea of making visible certain histories, things that have been kind of erased, are difficult, but each of you are doing this in some way that is in a direct public dialogue in some form, whether that's the archive as a public, in a way, and David's work, both Paul and Nona, and kind of directly kind of in public. So could you talk a little bit about sort of, one, how you see the idea of doing work in public, but also a little bit, you know, what is the sort of attitude toward labor or responsibility, right? The idea of kind of translating or educating or bringing to the fore some really challenging issues, and especially to these sort of broader public audiences, which includes, of course, I think we thought about this question of the work to kind of educate people and white people.
Well, I don't feel like, you know, I don't feel it's my role to educate white people. You know, I'm like, I'm really done with that, you know. You know, by now it's more than enough material and reason for them to find things up on their own, to understand things. I mean, you know, somebody made this joke. They were like, you know, white people can understand Elvish and all kinds of stuff, but yet they can't understand, you know, the trigonometry and everything, but yet they can't understand, you know, racism and race relations and the history that has, you know, gone forward and why we're here today. It's like, it's so true, but I don't feel like that's my job. I feel like, one, I made this work for me. It came from my heart and soul, and for me, and that's where I center my work at. All my work is really a question that I have within me, you know. And then I share that with other people, and whoever's interested and can you know, come along for the ride and examine, and we can talk about it. But I feel like, you know, I'm done with, like, you know, teaching white folks. You know, that's not my job. I don't feel that's my job. No.
It's an interesting question. You know, I had stated earlier that the work had a heuristic function for me. What I mean by that is, you know, that through the work I can explore subjects that I'm unfamiliar with. And I think it's important to state, I really loved the way that Karyn Olivier in the earlier talk kind of characterized her position in terms of labor making work within specific contexts. And what does it mean for somebody who is Black and Caribbean to be making work that specifically deals with African-American history? I think it's important to acknowledge that, you know, I'm Canadian. I grew up, you know, in Montreal, in a majority white community. Both my parents are actually white and Jewish, you know, academics. And my birth mother is white as well. And so, this notion of hybridity and entanglement is something that is deeply important to me and a component of my own identity. So, the work, if you will, the Straylight work was really a way to understand, the dimensions of the Black experience as it's understood within an American context. That through, this institution, which in so many ways played the role of recording, the evolution of the civil rights era, I could begin to understand concepts of the Black experience that I didn't experience myself. And I think that there's an openness and there's a generosity into the work, and I kind of hope that, through my learning about these moments and these histories, I can offer it as a gift to others to engage in similar ways.
And thanks, David, Nona. In short, I am the son of Jason Rucker Sr., born 1905. Yes, my father was 63 when I was born. I can trace my family back to the slave owners in Georgia. Ruckersville, Georgia is named for the slave owners that owned my family. Same as Ruckersville, Virginia, down the road from me here.
Wow.
People who own my family. My mother, Eldora Rucker, was 36 when I was born. She just had her 89th birthday in December of last year, December 11th, after she beat COVID a couple of months before that. And I say beat COVID, she's still here. And one of the most extraordinary people that I know. And my experience growing up in South Carolina shapes the way I do things, why I'm an artist and the subject matter that I take on. And it's inescapable. But I want to talk about the rope-a-dope of whiteness right now. Nona just said, it's not your job to explain. It's tiring to explain. And I actually just talked to some of the folks at Columbia about this essay. I don't want to explain anymore. I'm tired of explaining. And I'm just going to I know this is being recorded, but one of the greatest fighters in history was Muhammad Ali. And one of the ways that he would defeat his opponent was rope-a-dope. He's like, yeah, hit me, keep hitting me, I'll tire you out. And basically that's what we're dealing with the dynamic. When the people are in the position of having to explain why their lives matter, why their existence matter, why do we even have to explain why this history matters? It's exhausting. The role of that should be on the other. And the other exhausting thing is I'm aware of that slave burial ground as well in New York City, in Tribeca. Estimated 15 to 30,000 slaves buried there. Some as young as 5 years old. And you can tell that they were worked to death because their bones are bent. They were worked to death. This is American history. And it should be in the curriculum, being taught to the class, but not in a way it's going to desensitize. But there also has to be some kind of action after all this explaining is done. There has to be some kind of action and moving forward to where we don't have to talk about this, so we can talk about these things that involve systemic racism and oppression as something that's in the past, not something that's happening right now.
Right. Yeah, that's really great. Thank you. I think something that is, as you're sort of going through these comments, there's so much evidence, right? The kind of the immediate thing that I just Google it, right? But all of your work actually is bringing forward all of there's just so much evidence, whether that's an artifact or an experience, or maybe in Nona's case, right? It's in our bodies that these stories are here. I went to invite. We had a question from Jenenne, I believe Whitfield is going to join. Go ahead.
Your mood.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I just wanted to, first of all, say hello to all of the panelists. Nona, you are my hero. I love you. And I really appreciate each and every one of the perspectives that I've heard tonight or this afternoon. One of the things that I wanted to just share, I think it's a comment, it's not really a question, but I want us to really think about and the audience to think about how these situations tax our creativity. There was a paper written by a gentleman, an African-American gentleman, a professor at Harvard, and he talked about, for example, how poverty taxes the brain. And I'm bringing that all together to just talk about how we are tired of explaining. We're tired of justifying, tired of our creativity having to be 25 times better in order to just get some acknowledgement, and then to totally turn around to feel like we've got to be so thankful and grateful for the acknowledgement of much of what we have also created ourselves. So what I'm suggesting and what I'm saying and what I'm asking myself to look at more is now how my human spirit is being taxed by the things that we have experienced as a people. It's so important because a lot of times there's a lot of anger. So that's something that I'm dealing with now is the preservation of the human spirit. I just wanted to offer that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, it's, you know, they're the taxing experience for so many of us. When Nona showed the Marion Sims statue, right? It was that, I mean, it's just so hard to explain how taxing that was, and seeing community and public responses are absolutely about this kind of grounding in human spirit, right? All of the just power that there is in us in a way to even keep dealing with some of these things.
Can I comment that just a short, the not being aware of something is less taxing. When I went to the University of South Carolina, there was a girls' dormitory named after Sims. We just called it Sims. But after you learn the history of something, it weighs on you, especially if it's not a resolved history. So yeah, just want to leave it at that. And is it Jenenne? Thank you for those words there. And it's difficult to navigate in white spaces. And most Black artists maneuver, if you have a career, you're maneuvering through white spaces because predominantly white institutions are the places that are showing most of the Black art. And the people who are mostly buying the Black art are predominantly white institutions. So that's another long discussion that we can talk about.
Yeah.
Who controls Black art?
Right. I do have one quick, we'll do a couple audience questions here. So I have a quick one for David, which was, there was a question about your, I guess, upcoming work at the Glass House, and to the degree with which you would engage with some of the conversations around Philip Johnson and his history of connections with racism and even fascism.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, it's a complicated one, and I think I'm also participating in the Reconstructions exhibition currently at the Museum of Modern Art, and Mitch McEwen, who's also one of the participants in the exhibition, is leading the Johnson Study Group, which is dealing with Johnson's legacy as it relates to the Museum of Modern Art. But I think, regarding the Glass House, I think what's important, well, first of all, it is important to acknowledge, the complexity of Johnson's history, that it's not, and that none of us, can be judged by, a singular kind of event or set of associations in our lives. But how do we begin to understand what role that specific aspect of their lives played and what kind of influence it had in terms of shaping, concepts of the future. And I think, with Johnson, it's complicated, and I'll leave kind of the conversation at Johnson there. Without kind of passing judgment in any way, because I don't think it's up to me to pass judgment. But I will say that I find the site of the Glass House incredibly productive, in the same way as I think that, the site of Frank Lloyd Wright's Beth Shalom Synagogue was an incredibly productive site for me to work in, and to try and leverage the histories that are present there that I want to explore and foreground. So in the case of Beth Shalom Synagogue, one of the things that really interested me was the history of the congregation, that in fact, the building is actually the second home of the congregation, that their first home was in the Logan neighborhood in the city of Philadelphia on Broad Street, and that they left based on patterns of suburbanization in the US in the 1950s. The older building is now actually a Black Baptist church. And so through this history, I can begin to explore, the dimensions of diaspora as experienced between both African-American and Jewish communities. So using the site to kind of productively open up conversations around these ideas. And I think in the same way, that's my intention with the Glasshouse site, and why I've decided to focus on music and art, the histories of musicians and artists in Connecticut that were working, in the vicinity, and talking about how these things are layered into the landscape that we can't just simply accept.
Right.
And I think that was part of what I was trying to get at with the way that I opened my talk, which is, the aspect of recognizing and preserving historic monuments also requires a real kind of analysis of what we're prioritizing, what we're foregrounding, and to try and understand that it's a constant negotiation, right? That these things and the importance of these things is absolutely relational, and it's totally dependent on our own positionality. I am going to read a space very differently than many of the people who are listening to this. And I'm simply offering up my own perspective in the making of the work.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I love the reading a space is it's kind of a form of literacy that this is the architect in me talking, that I really hope that it becomes something that is more common and embraced by a lot of different audiences, because there is just so much there in the work. So we're actually at our time, a little over our time, but since we did have a few hiccups, I do, for folks, hope we can indulge us for just a few more minutes to grab one more audience question. We've got a great audience, so we want to capture some of those. So one last question to close out, which is from Susan Chen. Hi, Susan. Says, thank you for presenting this powerful work and ideas on representation. I recall that James Marston Fitch teaching us the connection between New Orleans and Haiti, but was more focused on Mount Vernon and other sites. So shifting the white-centered field of preservation needs to be broadened and embraced by all of us. So she asks, what other recommendations do Paul, David, and Nona have for us to achieve this, right? This sort of broadening of the field. I know it's a big one, but tips for the preservation.
I would like to see like a larger commission of scholars, historians, and artists that take up this cause. What monuments come down or amended, what monuments need to be added in a particular site. It could be a national commission, or it could be, state by state, but I think it's one that's really desperately needed right now.
Thank you. Paul or David?
You can go ahead, David.
I haven't given thought to the question, so.
Okay. I'm teaching, I'm a visiting professor right now at George Washington University. I'm the William Corcoran Social Practice visiting professor. And I am the only Black professor in the art department right now. So I think part of it is who's telling the story. who's teaches, and I remember on my first day teaching a couple of different classes, I asked the students, how many of you have had, how many Black professors or teachers did you have growing up? And some said 1, 2, but there was only like a couple that had more than 3. I think who's telling the story, whose narrative, who's controlling the narrative is a huge factor. So I think that has to be addressed. Who's controlling the narrative? And I mean, this is a much bigger question, but I want to give you a very simple answer. And I think just looking at that, and you know, I think it's amazing. You looking at the old pictures of NASA, you know, in the control room, you would see they would cheer, they would jump up and cheer, and you would see all white men. And yesterday when the rover landed, you saw, you know, it wasn't just white men, it was some women, but I didn't see a single Black person. Maybe they were there, but I didn't see a single. So everything old is new again. We still need to see this. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg in her whole entire career having only 2 Black aides out of all those that stood on the steps, only 2 in her entire history. And this is someone who's considered progressive. And I'm not you know, I don't want to disrespect Justice Ginsburg, but that has to be looked at. The normalization of this false narrative and the enforcement of this false narrative by systemic racism and actions that exclude. And when I say exclude, they exclude violently, they exclude, because these are economic opportunities. These are opportunities that afford you to buy property, have healthcare, send your kids to college, eat well. It's all connected. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for that. So with that, we'll wrap up this session. A big thank you to David, Paul, and Nona, and we're gonna get Verizon for you. So let us know. Let you know. We'll come get them for you. And thank you to our attendees for engaging in this conversation. I'm going to close this session out, but I think Paul's prompt about kind of who is doing the work, who's connected, whose story is being told, will be picked up in the next panel starting at 3:45, panel 3, connecting. So for those that are able to stay on, do please join for that. And with that, thank you all.
Thank you all. Take care.
Informal chat during break time, everyone. Well, shall we get started, Cole, with the introduction?
Sure. Hi there, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Cole Akers. I'm a curator and special projects manager at the Glass House, a National Trust historic site in New Canaan, Connecticut, located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Munsee, Lenape, and Wappinger peoples. It's my privilege to introduce the third and final panel of today's conference, which brings together 3 artists who place community engagement at the forefront of their work. Their projects encourage dialogue and collective action within the communities they engage, and in turn envision new futures while learning from the past. First, we'll hear from Joel Garcia, an artist, arts administrator, and cultural organizer with over 20 years of experience working transnationally and focusing on community-centered strategies. His approach is rooted in indigenous-based forms of dialoguing and decision-making that uplifts non-institutional expertise. Joel uses arts-based strategies to raise awareness of issues facing underserved communities, youth, and other targeted populations, garnering national press and publications such as the LA Times, the New Yorker, and Art Forum, among others. He's been a lead organizer, removing both the Columbus and Sarah statues in and around Los Angeles, as well as developing programming that counters those narratives and centering indigenous perspectives. He's the co-founder of Metzli Projects, an indigenous-based arts and culture collaborative centering indigeneity into the creative practice of LA. And he served as co-director at Self-Help Graphics, a nationally acclaimed arts organization founded in 1972, which helps nurture Chicana, Chicano, and Latinx art. Ifa Bayeza is an award-winning theater artist, novelist, and educator. She works through both creative nonfiction and fictional lenses to explore pivotal intersections of race throughout history. The Till trilogy interprets the epic saga of civil rights icon Emmett Till, and her novel Some Sing, Some Cry, co-authored with her sister, Ntozake Shange, chronicles 200 years of African-American music through 7 generations of women. Currently commissioned by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, she is collaborating with 12 writers in New Iberia, Louisiana, to reconstruct the historic narrative of Shadows on the Teche, a former sugarcane plantation. A graduate of Harvard and the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Ifa is the 2018 inaugural Humanist in Residence at the National Endowment for the Humanities and was the finalist for the 2020 Herb Alpert Award in Theater and for the 2020 Francesca Primus Prize. Last, we'll hear from Jenenne Whitfield, who is president and CEO of the critically acclaimed Heidelberg Project. Under her direction, the Heidelberg Project, which was founded by Tyree Guyton, has risen to international status and is currently recognized as one of the most influential art environments in the world. Her leadership has enabled the project to extend its reach by participating in joint projects with museums, universities, and other organizations spanning 6 continents and receiving over 27 awards. In addition to her role as executive director, Jenenne has taught courses at Wayne State University and the University of Michigan on art as social practice, and serves as a mentor to the next generation of art thinkers and activists. She is also co-founder of a new collective called United Artists of Detroit. The panel will be moderated by Marisa Brown, Assistant Director for Programs at the John Nicholas Brown Center for Public Humanities and Cultural Heritage at Brown University. She is the author of Preservation's Expanded Field in the recently published volume, Doing Public Humanities, as well as numerous articles, reviews, and exhibitions on American visual culture, urban history, architecture, and preservation. She serves on the executive committee of the Association of Critical Heritage Studies and on the State Review Board for the Rhode Island State Historic Preservation Office. Her new project, a book tentatively titled Inheritance, Dispatches from the Heritage Wars, explores conflicts over American history and identity that are playing out in battles over public art and preservation across the country. Thanks all of you for joining us. I'll turn it over to Joel.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joel Garcia. I'm here in the unceded territories of the Tongva Tribal Nation. I am the son of Adama and Joel Garcia, the grandchild of Carmen Villalobos and Julia and Taurino Garcia. What I'm gonna present, it's work and efforts that aren't mine alone. So I want to thank some of the youth that I work with, Kenneth, Georgie, River, some of the Tataviam and Tongva elders who've guided this work. So Julia, Cindy, Pamela, Alan, Caroline, Chrissy, and other members of the Native American Indian Commission, partners such as Monument Lab and the Goethe Institute. Because this work that I'm gonna present isn't mine alone. It's communal. It's work that we've done together. I just happen to be the one who I would call myself more of an instigator than anything else. And this work, comes very much from an Indigenous perspective, centering healing before anything else. And that is kind of how we've moved forward with what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna begin sharing a quick video. It's a 2-minute video. I think it really encapsulates some of the approach to this work and how me as an artist can serve, my community with my skill set, right? And figuring out how to, for lack of a better term, like even, curate and design these moments.
Hello, relatives. My heart is with you today. We have reached a time and space where the oppressed are taking a firm stance and saying enough is enough. A time when we have to dismantle the system that doesn't work and has never worked for our people of color.
Grab the ropes, everybody. Get a rope. Everybody, grab a rope. Separate rope. Spread out. Grab it.
One, two, three.
This doesn't feel like a celebration. This is just the beginning of healing that needs to occur amongst our people. This is a man who has created genetic trauma for myself amongst our ancestors. These ancestors of ours, they struggled loving themselves because somebody like this told them that they were disgusting, told them that they were useless other than for sex and for slavery. And because of somebody like that, we struggle today as a community. These statues and monuments, which have been erected all over our sacred unceded lands, are constant reminders of the dominant societies on their need to celebrate the wrongs of the past. We cannot teach love and compassion to our youth when they receive a completely different narrative in schools and outside of tribal communities. It is time to teach the truth and remove the lies and oppression. It is time to remove the commemorations of hate, bigotry, and colonization.
So, I want to underscore that there is so much layered history in here in LA, and the perspective that I'm going to share kind of reflects that. So before I begin my presentation, I do want to remind us that it is February 19th, and on this day in 1942, President Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066 and removed, over 100,000 Japanese citizens into, camps. So this is something that is very much a big part of Los Angeles, right? Boyle Heights, East LA, Monterey Park, these are communities that were heavy with Japanese families. And so I can't go and have this presentation present with this work without also acknowledging this. As I mentioned, my residency, I was born here in East LA, I come from a Huichol ancestry. And so my work is very much rooted in Indigenous perspectives. And what I'm gonna share today comes from that approach, comes from how do we take this concept of, community, non-hierarchical forms of decision-making into practice, and how that plays out with the removal and interrogation of some of these monuments. So when these actions have occurred, right, the narrative is that they're violent, and they might look violent, and they might take on the form of what we have experienced as violence. And this is a Sarah statue in Olvera Street, where the community, removed it this past summer. And it's been transformed at various points into opportunities to also heal and to bring forward the hidden histories of Los Angeles, the histories that have been, intentionally hidden from us, from communities, from the idea of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is the large metropolitan city that is, and many times considered the creative capital of the world. But yet, Indigenous artists, communities of color are so, so disinvested by what we call the art world. This is where the Sarah statue was at one point, and community members during the fall equinox, came and did a, prayer action and hid some of the plaques and honorifics, detailing another false narrative that gets promoted as the founding of Los Angeles. But I do want to underscore that a lot of this, or everything that I'll show you, is planned, it is organized, it is strategized. We, consult with elders, we consult with our community. And so we also do our research and want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're also not putting people in jeopardy, whether it's through legal means or physically. And as a result of this work, about a week after the removal of the Sarah statue, the city of Los Angeles deemed that act of an act of civil disobedience because there didn't exist a process for removing racist and colonial monuments in the city of LA. So this is a step forward. This is kind of where my work is rooted in, is finding these loopholes, finding, what processes currently exist to empower community and unearth the truth. When we, one of the presenters earlier talked about land back, and giving land back to the first peoples of an area. By simply removing this monument at Olvera Street, there's a potential now to take this park where the monument sat for like 100 years and give this piece of land back to the Tongva tribal nation. And maybe, at some point install some sort of interpretive center, not necessarily a museum, some sort of learning opportunity. So these are the conversations that we're having now, right? Like actual reclaiming land through creative acts that also remove racist and historically inaccurate monuments. This is a Columbus statue at Grand Park, not too far from this other site. And in 2018, this was also removed by the community through a different process. Because the county was the one who accepted this gift, installed it at this park, we pushed and organized for the county to remove it itself. And this happened. It took over a year, but it happened and it was removed. And as a result, we were able to program, have the county fund some programming to bring forth the authentic narratives of Los Angeles. And this resulted in this project, Memory and Futurity in Yangna, which took the form of two different artistic interventions. One was a storytelling project using virtual reality. And behind this tree, where this woman is dancing, that's where the statue was at one point. It's no longer there. It sits in a warehouse. And the other was an art installation by a Tongva artist. So 2 Tongva community members, artists, elders had the opportunity to retell, their creation story through different means. And when we talk about healing, when we talk about bringing forth hidden histories, this is in some of the ways in which we've been doing this work. So some of what I want to share for folks, because I see this in a lot of questions that have been coming up, is how do you do this? How can a youngster, an artist who wants to tell the real story of their community, what steps can they take? And I'm gonna share some real simple things. It's decision making, right? We don't want to replicate the systems that have been imposed on us. So let's change that. Let's figure out how we make decisions. Are those most impacted part of this process? Who is opposing, us removing a statue? Because a lot of times when you come down to it, maybe they won't oppose it. With the Columbus statue, there was a lot of opposition behind it, but the day that we took it down, there was very little. Same thing with the Sarah statue. For years and years and years, there was many attempts to try and remove it through, I don't know, the legal means, through the system, and it never happened. But the moment it came down, nobody really opposed it. In fact, the statue lay on the floor for about 3 days before anybody came to pick it up. And who's participating? Who are you inviting to engage in this activity, this action? We called it a ceremony because that's what we did. We brought elders, we had an altar, and we spend more time communing with one another, imagining a world that honors who we are as whole people than the 20 seconds that it took to tear down this statue. So what is actually happening? What are you programming? And most importantly, how do you tell this story to the world? And then what are the next steps? These acts aren't singular actions that end with the removal of a monument. For us, they've been the starting point of so much more other work. And after, for example, like I mentioned, after the removal of the Sarah statue, we held a large circle. There were over 200 people there. For many, this is the first time that they came out of quarantine. This was in June 2020. And it was such an important thing to happen that people felt this was an important thing to kind of brave the COVID situation and be there together. So community buildings, right? How are elders included in this? How are youth participating? How are folks from diverse backgrounds coming together to bridge understanding? Many times we got to understand that, or we got to help folks understand that they might not understand our perspectives, but they can learn to accept them. And I think that's a huge, huge thing to underscore. And for us, like I mentioned, you know, we're coming from an Indigenous perspective. So what are our ceremonial protocols? How are altars part of this process? Who and how? Who gets to create them? Do we create them together? Is it done by, you know, does a specific family steward this? So a lot of questions where, you know, finding the answers is the work that, the beautiful work that we get to do with, you know, with people. Democratizing the process. For me, it's easy to come in and be like, this is what we're gonna do, but you also can build the framework for people to plug in and take ownership over certain tasks. We wanted to make sure that as soon as the statue came down, that an altar was put in place. And so youth took that over. And you see a young woman here creating an altar on the top of the pedestal. You know, guiding, not imposing. And for me, like I mentioned, we were very intentional about designing a moment, designing an opportunity for a community to engage and tell their story. So we also invited the press, and we gave them very clear guidelines as to what we wanted represented. And we also issued a statement in regards to what we felt was important to share, because as the elders continue to tell us, it's one thing to remove something, but if we're not filling that void with something that is beautiful, something that is healthy, something that is important for everybody else, then we're replicating the same thing that we're doing. You know, we're leaving a lot of things undone, and then those undoings or those things left, you know, for others to interpret, that's where a lot of the harm can be caused, because we should be the ones telling our own stories. And so then this was replicated in other places. A week later, up in San Fernando, not too far from downtown LA, the other Sarah statue at the San Fernando Mission was removed by Parks and Recs. So ceremony was held there the day before. That night, it was removed. Later on, back at Olvera, you know, the community again showed up, and one of the statues for King Carlos from Spain was wrapped up in, you know, obscuring it from public view. So over and over, it's this idea of reclaiming space and being able to create access for our communities who've been denied access to public space over and over and over again, either through legal means, through policing, for sure through policing, or simply by the built environment telling us that we don't belong there because nothing reflects us. So again, controlling the narrative, right? We were very direct in why these things were being removed and why it was us removing them. We wanted to ensure that power relied or remained within the community and not the systems, not the processes that they make us go through, fill out this application, fill out that. And it worked, you know, this was received attention from the LA Times to the New York Times, but it also shifted the perspective of what's possible, of what monuments can be. For example, one of the proposals from an elder was like, well, why do we have to replace a human figure with another human figure? Why can't we just restore what our land was at one point? So at one point in LA, there was this large tree, sycamore tree called El Aliso. And this is just one of many trees that served as a monument, that served as a gathering space, that served as a space for teaching, for transmitting knowledge from one generation to another. So how beautiful could it be that the monuments that are most important to us are those that we help nurture and grow ourselves? And, you know, so a lot more questions, you know, beyond what a monument looks like, what does it feel like? When we see and experience a space, what does that feel like? Do we feel like we belong? Or do we feel like we don't belong? What do monuments nurture? Do they nurture a new reality, or do we continue to reimagine or help reinforce white supremacist ideals? How do they communicate? How do we communicate through these monuments? Again, teaching and passing information on to our younger generations. And so for me, I leave you with this. It's like, future ancestral monuments, we just have to look back into, into our histories, into our practices, our teachings, and that can maybe show us a way forward. And we hope that at some point, some of the oak trees that have been removed from downtown LA covered in concrete, we can remove that concrete and plant these back in, and these will be the monuments that we help nurture and steward. Thank you.
I believe Ifa is next.
Good afternoon. I'm Ifa Bayeza, playwright, director, and conceptual artist. I'm going to summarize my work at Shadows on the Teche, which is a National Trust for Historic Preservation site in New Iberia, Louisiana. I am fortunate to have received 2 commissions over 4 years now, from 2018 to the present, which have generated one full musical that I created, a devised ensemble performance, and an ongoing local writers workshop, which has created over this past year works in progress consisting of 2 novels, 3 plays, 2 memoirs, 1 biography, an extended essay, and several marvelous poems, a few songs, and 1 experimental theater work. I can't tell you how excited I am about the work that they've generated over this past year. The original goal of this 3rd leg of the project was to create an immersion performance on the site of this old plantation with a Black voice and a Black body occupying every room, every cove, every space, and the audience having the freedom to travel, to move as they wished throughout the environment. That is still our intended post-COVID goal. In the interim, we're attempting to create a digital excerpt of the work to air on Juneteenth this year. And I hope to have a rough cut of that to share with you at the end. I'd like to discuss not only how art can serve the architecture, but how the architecture can serve the art, how the place can be made to serve the people, and how that in turn will support preservation. I'd also like to include within our conversation some thoughts on other forms of preservation beyond brick and mortar, especially preservation through art, memory, story, and preservation through community collaboration, the building of infrastructure, human infrastructure, that can be sustained to continue the work of excavation and rehabilitation. My work as an artist has often focused on the unearthing and interpretation and preservation of African-American history, telling our sacred stories. For example, the Ballad of Emmett Till and my play String Theory on the Amistad Slave Ship Mutiny. I call them our sacred stories, our stories of liberation. I have focused on drama that distills our resilience and resistance, our tragic, noble, and ongoing battle for recognition of humanity and equality. The journey of each of these characters concerns place. There is a geographic narrative, an environment that deeply impacts the story and how you tell it. How does place affect the drama? What does the place tell you about the story? What environment do you create to tell the story? What is the importance of place? As a playwright, I've been fascinated with space, environment. The dimensionality of theater is what drew me to the medium in the first place. Character, place, and story are intimately intertwined. The Shadows, thus for me, was like a giant set upon which I was going to make some art. And for my first commission, I was charged with creating an original historic drama to begin incorporating the African-American story into the programming at the Shadows, and then to arrange to have that musical performed as Reader's Theater on the site. I was instructed that the musical was not to be about slavery, but specifically an original musical about jazz legend Bunk Johnson, who for a brief period of his midlife was a yard man at the Shadows. When I traveled to the place, I encountered an immaculately preserved property replete with artifacts, furnishing, and documents chronicling the history of 5 generations of a white slaveholding family, a history also that was not about slavery, but a repository of romantic fantasy embodied in the site's name, Shadows on the Teche. With its regular hourly tours, it seemed to be part of the Southern cultural pattern, trading in the mythology of the Old South, its wealth, opulence, power, beauty, and eccentricity, absent the means of support in slave labor and Jim Crow indenture. It was a monument to enslavement, a house built on a foundation of bones, with mud made red by blood, an ocean of tears flowing into a freshwater bayou, lapping at the banks of a green manicured lawn. Such was the idolatry and saturation of this fantasy that 8 marble statues had been imported, transplanted from another of the 46,000 plantation homes that once occupied the land called Louisiana, to give this modest working plantation house some affiliation with pseudo-grandeur of Greco-Roman mimicry. While the staff and the trust were clearly interested in redress for this one-sided false narrative, and beyond welcoming of my arrival, the place itself was not. The estrangement was particularly acute during the tours, every hour on the hour. The small trickle of attendants were always white, blue and pink collared folk in Bermuda shorts and sun hats, retirees basking in a wholly imagined glorious and golden past. The tour itself, beyond mentioning that there were 300 slaves, gave name to only one, Louisa, the cook, who was described as a very good mother because she had 11 children. There was no mention of the circumstances of their births, what happened to them, their names, whether they were born by will or bred or on command, or who their father or fathers might be. Even the cookhouse, where Louisa spent so many hours of her life in human bondage, was absent. While the mansion was restored, the cookhouse had been razed to the ground, the only evidence of its existence, the cornerstones marking its place a few yards from the back steps of the big house. But, as I said, there was already a commitment within the administration and staff to change this narrative, a desire to change that environment. But as a preservation site, Shadows on the Teche was, for Black folk, an emblem of pain, shame, and unspoken fury. When I engaged with the surrounding Black community, that ethos was palpable. No, I don't go up there, nothing to do with that place, became a sort of refrain. I realized that I not only needed to create art, but to create audience as well. And for that to happen, I needed to create an environment to change the energy of the place, and not only creating a product, but a process. Fortunately, work was already started with the nascent partnerships with 2 Black organizations, the Bunk Johnson Jazz Festival and the newly formed New Iberia African American Historical Society. Adding to that, the Alliance of the Iberia Performance Arts Council providing technical support. Along with the Shadows administration, these organizations became my core support as I began to create both art and infrastructure. With the tremendous investment of this first group of stakeholders, we began building a community that will last far beyond this project. After 2 months of research, 2 months of writing, a week of evening rehearsals, we debuted our brand new musical, Bunk Johnson, live at the Shadows. It was the coldest day of the year in November, but a sold out audience. And I dare say the largest group of Black people who had ever assembled on the Shadows grounds. Preserving the history of jazz, this language, through his language and music, we transformed this place where he was a yard man, the site of the nadir of his life, into his bandstand on the eve of his comeback, changing the energy, as he says in the play. We got to bring some joy up in here. We used the performance to continue the extension of place, building out concentrically to engage, embrace, and activate the community with multiple components. After the actual performance on the grounds, we did a second line parade down to the Slyman Theater 2 blocks away, where the Bunk Johnson Jazz Festival performed a live concert. And if you haven't heard indigenous African-American jazz from Louisiana, you have not lived. And from there, we went to a gumbo dinner at the largest Black church in the community that was catered by Black members of the community. It was a round-robin affair that embraced the whole city. With each venture, we were gaining more community partnership and buy-in, expanding in art forms, community, and place. The second commission was a much broader initiative. I forgot my PowerPoint after all of this. Hold on a minute. Where's my share screen? I'm supposed to have this with me. Okay. Here. I think this is it. I'm so sorry. I forgot all about that. Can
you just have to click the presentation button in the bottom right. There's like a little screen in the bottom right of your screen, right next to the, just to the left of that. There, it's like a little, it looks like a little square on a pole.
Is that it?
Not just 3 buttons to the left.
3 buttons to the left.
Like just past the right next to the minus sign. There you go.
Okay.
Now we can see it perfectly.
Great. This was supposed to be running simultaneously. Anyway, is it not? Okay. It was a round-robin affair that embraced the whole city, with each venture gaining more community partnership. The second commission was a much broader initiative, the charge to foster dialogue, advance the understanding of divisive stories of our past, and help to create stronger, more unified communities. I was commissioned to create a new dramatic work or works that would focus on the African-American experience in the 19th and 20th centuries at the Shadows in New Iberia and the region, the scope from the 1820s to the 1950s, from antebellum slavery to the early civil rights era. Seriously, I asked myself, that's not a play, that's a parade. But trusting in the trust good faith, I took a harder look at the goals and what I discerned the broader, bolder objective of the project, and decided to engage community, not merely as a resource and audience, but as my collaborators. After the success of the Bunk Johnson project, it was vitally important at this juncture for the community to have power over their own narrative to make this place of value to them. For the Black residents, some of whom were descendants of people who for generations supported the preservation of this site through their lives and labor. For the community itself to take ownership. Possessed by the spirit of our ancestors, I set about a ritual repossession. The mechanics, I adapted the core elements of a writing course I created in nonfiction at Brown University, Africana Studies department, for a community-based workshop. Oh, shoot! So, you know, Bunk interloper that he was, had me do the work. I had taken the sound out of the PowerPoint, but he wanted to let you hear some of his music. Performance, after all, you know, it has to be, you know, experienced. My goal in telling the full story was for the people of New Iberia to determine for themselves the history they wanted to discover and share, and to create an environment, a place where this could happen. Through this process, I hope to plant some literary grassroots to strengthen the initiative and allow it to grow. The first performance was a compilation of short form works called First Light, that we performed last November. And then it was reprised 3 times in Black History Month. So that initial audience of only 65 expanded to about 500. More importantly, every aspect of the February performances was undertaken by the workshop members. They owned it. From First Light, we advanced to the next step, where participants would tell their own story, a history of their own design. And that's where we are right now. And and you're seeing some of the examples of these works. And I can't tell you, dog, bite it. That means
I sort of
okay.
I'm sorry.
It's from there. So, so I should have just let it finish, you know. Anyway, this is our workshop group. I apologize for this. In summary, our understanding of the word preservation is expanding as we expand our reach and change the energy of the place. Forging and empowering community. We are making art that makes the place of value to the people. We are, I believe, putting the shadows on the national map, making it visible for wholly new audiences and in wholly new ways, both spellings. Not only marking more fully its place in history, but making a place for its future. Using the archives of the plantation and creating archives of Black survival. We are, with this residency, we have only begun to lay the cornerstone for a radical reconstruction, correcting the narrative of the American past and connecting the Black past to a Black future. So did I use up all my 15 minutes?
I think that was perfect.
Okay. Great.
Okay, so Jenenne, I believe that you are next.
I am next. Thank you very much. Let's get the video on real quick for myself. And I'd like to go ahead and just say good evening to everybody and thank you for inviting me to participate. And I think what I want to do for the sake of time is go ahead and jump right into the video that I submitted. Let's just go ahead and start with that. This will give us, originally, Tyree Guyton was invited as the artist to participate. And I'm going to share a little bit about that, just in terms of him being an artist and what his area of specialty is, as opposed to one specialty as opposed to another. So how are we doing?
Can you see the screen?
I can see the screen. Do I need to run the video?
No,
Or are you doing this?
I'm good. Whatever you
Okay.
want.
Okay, I'm ready. You can go ahead and let it go. You have to start it from the beginning, please.
Time and space.
There you go.
Anna, you should make it full screen if you can.
Plato said time is the moving image of reality, and so I've created my reality here. You believe in magic? 32 years I have been working on this project, so this has been a study. And so after 32 years, we're ready.
What in the HE double hockey sticks is all of this? That is the question that I literally asked Tyree 25 years ago. And he, in his militant attitude, green army pants kind of way, said, why don't you get out and check it out? Most of you in here know that I'm married to Tyree Guyton, but I want to say this. It took us 8 years, so it's not like there was love at first sight. We were east side, west side. He was as artist who had this wild vision. I was this kind of conservative type of woman who thought art belonged in museums.
The thing to know about Numbers House is that it's the first realization of the HP 3.0 dream. I think people are going to be really blown away. There's so much that Heidelberg does that people don't get to see, but I think now with Numbers House, it'll be presented in a way that a lot more people can understand it. They'll see Hala, they'll see them working with the kids. They'll see emerging artists, they'll see artists in residence who aren't Tyree, so they can start to see, we've been talking about other voices coming in for years, but now they can actually see it, and see where they live, and see them produce their work.
There's no love, there's no life. If you do it out of love, guess what? It becomes a butterfly.
You know who you are, who walked this journey with us for 30 years, that keep on keeping on with us. This is a baton passing. All we're doing is lighting the fire in the individuals to say you can do something great and powerful because of who you are, not because of what you have, not because of what you possess, and certainly not the color of your skin.
Well, I will say to you that 3.0 is beautiful. I'm excited about it. And so what I'm taking Tyree, myself, what's in me, and building bridges all over the world. And in this case, I'm using another house.
Thank you for that. So what I wanted to share with you guys is, first of all, unlike the rest of you or most of you, I am not an artist, but yet I am, because I found my voice and my art form through the work with the Heidelberg Project. I'm what you would call a convert, in that I turned down Heidelberg Street 27 years ago by accident, and it took me off of my trajectory in terms of what I thought I was doing with my life. As an African-American woman, I was climbing the corporate ladder of success, and when I took that turn, it completely derailed me. And I began to work with a man who had a vision of changing his community. And if you know anything about the city of Detroit, it continues to be one of the most segregated cities in the country. And there is a line that divides the haves, so to speak, from the have-nots, called 8 Mile. And so in the creation of the Heidelberg Project that Tyree started in 1986, that dividing line began to get crossed. Let me see if I can bring up my PowerPoint here. Do I have shared screen access? I think I do.
You do.
So great, here we go. So if I can, just kind of start. So the vision of Tyree Guidance started in 1986. And I don't know how to make this a slideshow. Maybe I should do.
Yeah, it's okay. From beginning, that little presentation just in the top left there would work, just above where your cursor is, and there you go.
Okay, wonderful. So
perfect.
86. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary, if you can believe that. And of course, when Tyree started the Heidelberg Project, there was really no talk of art as a social practice per se, or I shouldn't say art as a social practice, but more about creative placemaking. And certainly I had no knowledge of this kind of work whatsoever. But what this man did gave me an opportunity to put a new kind of, I guess you could say, career path in my life, or in my line, and that was now as an arts administrator. And what I was going to say about the artist not doing this work, you know how when you're on the job, someone does a fantastic job at what they're doing, and then they get a promotion. So now they're a manager, and then they completely fail at it because they were good in that particular job, but no one actually taught them how to manage people. So when we talk about him giving presentations on his work, he says, look, this is really not my area of expertise. And so he prefers to stay in his area of expertise. And that is why I think he is such a creative monster, such a creative genius, if you will. When we think about the work that artists do in the fact that they help people to get in touch with their humanity, much like a doctor helps a person with their physical, well-being, but yet we don't ask doctors to prep their own instruments. We don't, in other words, what I'm saying is we don't provide our artists with the support that they need to continue in their craft and their visionary thinking. And this is what we have done with Tyree. We surrounded him to try and help him get his message out in terms of what he was trying to do in his community. So it's made the Heidelberg Project from found and discarded materials, and that became a type of provocation and disruption to kind of disrupt those old patterns of thinking that drugs and crime, petty theft was a way of life. And what this did was it was a kind of a shock to the system. It was a shock to the people in the community. And what Tyree is often quoted as saying is that I got them talking again. So now over the years, what this work has done, and keep in mind, it was fraught with a lot of controversy. But what it has done over the years is it has become a beacon of hope. People did cross that 8-mile barrier. And what was most profound is the fact that the Heidelberg Project had an economic impact of over $7 million for the city of Detroit, and I think something like $7.2 million for the Wayne County region. And that's quantified with Williams College, who came and did an impact study on the work of the Heidelberg Project, taking the visitorship in our guest books and determining that the people, 50,000 people coming to the site every year, and how they would spend money in other places. And we became recognized as the third most visited tourist destination in the city of Detroit. Now we're second to the Detroit Institute of Arts, and then first to the, Greenfield Village, I believe it is. Now, these are elements of a cultural district and what our work had actually, what we were stacking our work up against. And I'm not going to read these, but I will say that every one of these elements of a cultural district was what the Heidelberg Project had accomplished and what it had done. And yet we remained one of the most, I would say, in terms of looking at other placemaking environments, we were one that had a very, very we were horribly underfunded. Let's just put it that way. And when we look at the aspects of where our work was, we were in the last residential area of Black Bottom, historic Black Bottom, Detroit. And it was called Black Bottom not because, ironically, that African-American people lived there, but it was actually Black Bottom because of the richness of the soil. So some of the people that were right there within that community, believe it or not, Helen Thomas lived on Heidelberg Street. Wilson Pickett, we own the land where his house once stood. Barry Gordy, and also Dr. Ossian Sweet. These are people who have history in that particular community. So what Guyton's vision really was to take his childhood community and to demonstrate and show that through embracing our culture and our history, we could really create a type of new economy that was not dependent on the government. So what was so different about his work? I mean, when I turned down the street, I literally said to him, what in the hell is all this? And I remember thinking to myself, I'm going to help this man get a job because he's got too much time on his hands. But then I learned very quickly that there was a narrative for everything that he had done. So, for example, when you look at the Dottie Waddy House, what he was celebrating was all races of people in honor of the White House. And he talked about the subliminal messages of the White House. So if you put polka dots on a house and rename it the People's House, then everybody could relate to it. And we are celebrating 35 years of artistic excellence. And one thing about Tyree Guyton, and I think this is very interesting, he doesn't surround himself with men, he surrounds himself with women. He says women get things done. And it is true, 35 years now, we're a very small staff, but our presence is still felt around the world. And in a COVID society, we find that we are more relevant than ever, most particularly because of the outdoor use of our space. But what we are come face to face with, what we have come face to face with, is that true innovation knows no color, and yet our progress has in fact been hindered by the fact that it was not created by who perhaps it was supposed to have been created by. So we still deal with that, and we're in the midst of that right now, and we're learning many, many lessons along the way. And I have to say that I've learned to embrace, and I am enjoying the work very much after 27 years. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Joel, Ifa, Jenenne. Thank you, first of all, just on behalf of all the people who were watching, and we can see kind of questions and comments of support and really excitement to hear you share your work with us. So thank you for sharing the work, and thank you for the work that you do every single day.
Thank you.
I have the real pleasure and honor to start us off with a couple of questions and some conversation, and I know people also have some questions for you. I think, kind of just rewinding for a second, this has been such a really rich day of presentations, and a couple of things that I just wanted to kind of put out there for us to think about were things that came up in some of the previous panels. I think one thing that really was in everyone's presentation today is this sense that we're in this moment where artists are really out front in rethinking and revising American history. Paul was sharing about sort of becoming a historian. And so that's just something I kind of wanted to, frame our conversation with. But I think, when you all three just shared your work, I think what comes across for me is obviously this really important focus on community. And I think that there were two things. One is a real focus in all three presentations, of course, on very particular sites, physical sites, and intervening into those sites. But at the same time, all of you were really talking about the importance of intangible relationships and connections. And Joel started off talking about sort of being an instigator rather than a leader in this process, and the communal nature of the work. And Ifa talked about, changing the energy of the place and joy and the process. And Jenenne too, you were just sort of talking, the Heidelberg project obviously is really inseparable from community and joy. So that's my question for you is, that's a strand that really connects your work. And I'm wondering if you could reflect a little bit on how you think about community, and then also what kind of that engagement means to you, whether that's on a personal level, sort of what does it mean to you to really work so closely in partnership with community? On an emotional level, a spiritual level, an economic level. Jenenne sort of brought in, placemaking and economics. Just sort of reflect on, that really deep engagement with community in your work.
Well, should I start?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to just say that our work is actually fraught with a lot of contradictions. And here's what I mean. We wanted to do something that would raise the level of consciousness in our community. And what it did was it brought in others from the outside. And that was difficult. And it caused our community to feel like we were abandoning them and putting them on display by inviting other people in to come and be partakers in the community. And they felt, and this goes back to poverty taxing the brain, they felt that people were making fun of them as opposed to coming to see and appreciate the art. So we had to work with both of those, and we looked at community in terms of a geographical location, and then we also looked at a community of minds, where we realized that we had a lot of people who were interested in art as a catalyst to bring hope, healing back to a neighborhood, and many people who wanted to help who didn't necessarily look like us. So we continue to kind of navigate those waters, but it's community engagement work is messy.
Yeah, that's a great example. There's kind of the issue of consent when you're doing that work. Yeah.
If I could dovetail on that, just for me as a theater artist, theater by its nature is a communal enterprise. So community engagement is part of what I do. It's what drew me to this particular form of arts practice. And it also links to a sense of cultural preservation, this notion of Southern hospitality. I had the fortune of interviewing Maya Angelou years ago, and she was explaining how this concept of Southern hospitality was really an African transposition and absorption of it was the African servants who trained their white owners these principles and practices of how you treat a stranger, how you welcome a stranger, how you serve food, and so in engaging in community work, I try to think of it as recreating this practice that survived the very, very brutal and inhumane, torturous journey that we were on after abduction. So and in doing the community work, it's like restoring and honoring this cultural practice. And it was so evident when I was in New Iberia. They literally embraced me and adopted me, so that the community experience, once as Jenenne was saying, once I was deemed an ally, they presumed I was there for good faith and really embraced, and I found the energy just made me want to figure out how to help that community just bring forth their voices. And it was an amazing experience to see, as I said, this tremendous body of work that has come out of 11 folks who just decided, okay, I'm gonna take this workshop with you. The investment that they've made has just been completely enriching for me. I dare say, as much, if not more than the community at large. So it's the reciprocity, the replication of this reciprocity, and the ritual practice, if you will, of practicing this art of community will help to move us forward.
Yeah. Joel, I wonder if you could share too. And that ritual is a word I think that in some form or another has kind of been woven through these presentations as well.
Definitely. And so, I see myself as an uninvited guest in Los Angeles. These are not my ancestral homelands. So some of these stories, some of these narratives are not for me to tell. But as somebody in relationship with the First Peoples of LA, I can definitely contribute to their efforts and use my skill set to create space for them to tell their stories. But white supremacy tells us that, like, at the top, the folks anointed with knowledge and validation through institutional forms, that those are the experts, that they're the ones who know, that that's who we need to listen to. And my work is flattening that hierarchy as much as possible, so that the elder from the community whose family is rooted in these lands is seen as the expert of the history of place and space here. and that the youth who are envisioning what this city evolves to are also experts in their own reality and have a voice in shaping what we develop and how we move forward. So I take a lot from Zapatismo, from the Zapatistas in this concept of circular forms of leadership, where at one point or another, it's our turn to lead, but at some other point, it's our time to support. So that's very much at the core of how I do any community work. And begin with more questions than answers. And like I said, like in finding answers to those questions is where the interconnectedness comes into play, and how you build community.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if you have all seen in some ways, you can kind of measure the impact that an intervention or the removal of a statue makes, or the work of art. There's sort of one track of measuring impact, and then the other is a measuring of impact in the relationships that get built in the process of doing that work together. And what does the strength of those bonds mean for a community or for future actions? I'm just wondering if you've kind of thought about it that way, kind of thinking along those two tracks.
Absolutely. So with the Columbus statue, the removal of it is one thing, right? But for example, the LA County Arts Department this past year awarded 4.8 million grants in funds. Out of those $4.8 million, only $65,000 went to 2 organizations that program for Indigenous peoples. One of those organizations doesn't do that at a full-time basis. So by demographics, right, 5% of LA County is Native American. That means federally recognized, and that doesn't incorporate the non-federally recognized tribes of California, which in LA County, I believe every single one of the 4 tribes are unrecognized federally. So even by, if we're walking towards equity around the arts, LA County is not doing it. So the removal of the Columbus statue is the strategy to ensure that equitable funding is being allocated to Native Indigenous communities in LA within the arts. The removal of the Sarah statue in a similar form is more about representation at a citywide level. So the city of LA, which is different from the county of Los Angeles, the city of LA currently has a task force for civic memory and monuments, which within that body of folks, there are some representatives of LA's First Peoples. But again, because the institution is going to be the institution, it forces those individuals just to remain within the space that, I don't know, on Indigenous matters, right? Not to envision what architecture looks like from an Indigenous perspective, not what programming looks like. But when it comes to land acknowledgement, that's your business over here. All this other stuff, we're going to work around. So again, it replicates these harmful systems. So by removing the Sarah statue, it's opened up a whole nother conversation of returning land to Native peoples. There's within the charter for the historical monument where Olvera's at, there's a curator position that is part of their charter. So legally, they're supposed to fund and have somebody employed in that position. It hasn't been filled in, I think, 5 to 7 years. So that removal of those statues do have some long-term strategies behind them, where we do want to achieve some equity around representation, but also funding and resources.
Yeah. Well, that's actually, that's probably a good moment to, I can voice on behalf of Charles Porter, who just sent in this question, a participant, a question about funding. For all of you, how has funding impacted your work, either lack of or real, kind of funding streams that have enriched your work, which I think is something that came back earlier too in an earlier panel, kind of thinking for a second about systems and about patronage. And, also I think this really big problem that preservationists and artists are kind of tackling together, which is, how do you respond to this vast visual archive of white supremacy? I mean, I think so much of the work that we're seeing is kind of, struggling with that. And that's really linked partially to a funding question, because so much of what we've inherited has obviously been so well funded. Private sources, government, sources. So this question of funding, I think, is really a central one. So that's Charles Porter had that question for all of you about how funding has impacted your work.
Well,
I love. Oh,
can I jump in?
Go ahead.
This, you know, I'm really excited about the initiative that Brent and the Trust have taken with the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. I think that's the right name. But the challenge is that, you know, in my case, working at the Shadows, it's new territory, but it was tremendously undercapitalized. And so, you know, I wind up doing this psychic dance with myself, trying to figure out, you know, how I can honor the call of my ancestors, because part of it, when the initiative came, you know, it's coming from the Trust, but my name is Ifa, and that is the Yoruba deific principle that determines the order in which the ancestors will be heard. So a lot of spirits come knocking on my chakra all the time. So I took this as not only a call on this plane, but a call to see what I could do with this, with what we had. And then, you know, finagling ways as a freelancer that I've done to wring out more money and to get resources and to get board and to get, but you wind up as the artist doing a lot more than making the art, literally in this case, you know, building a production structure, building a platform, you know, finding it, doing marketing, doing, you know, and so and doing it because I love what I do. And so at the same time recognizing, you know, as I've been in conversation with them, say, this is what it's going to take to get where I think you want to go. And also kind of defining where I think they want to go, because again, the initial request was for this huge, okay, we're going to tell Black history, one playwright's going to come down, she's going to do 200 years and, you know, put it on, and then we're done.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that does not, that's not reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Band-Aid, or that's, you know, to access other money for preservation, but not, you know, truly to undergird what you say is your goal. And so I don't know what to do about that, you know, except to, you know, be in conversations like this, but it is across the board a universal problem. We are undervalued, we're undercapitalized, and we have within our own history a John Henry syndrome, where, you know, we will, you know, beat the train, we will, you know, go that quote unquote 110%, which is that to overcompensate for our repression so Charles knows.
Well, let me add it. Let me jump in here and just say that one of the things in reference to funding for a nonprofit organization, first of all, that's a big challenge. But this speaks a little bit to what Tyree, what I was talking about in freeing him to be an artist, so that he doesn't have to think about or worry about, if I don't get funded, can I do my work? You're going to do your work, I'm going to do my work. So then building a team that, you know, will allow you to go for or push for the dollars, but at the same time, yielding the example again of a doctor or an attorney. These are people who have what are called important professions, but the profession of an artist is not considered as important, and that's wrong. And we need to change that narrative for sure and speak up more, and not just preach to the choir, or not just say that, you know, we always get it done anyway. Just because we always get it done anyway is why people don't step up and pay, or, you know, we don't demand that they pay. for a production or for an installation and all. So that what I'm suggesting, and in my role being a former banker, I can speak the corporate language and say these things deserve to be funded and here's why. So I'm suggesting that, yes, it's historically been pathetic, but I'm on and have been on a campaign to change that narrative, just like a lot of these other narratives we need to change. Yeah, fund the artists. They deserve it because they help us be in touch with our humanity, and that is important.
Funding.
Yeah.
So everything that I showed in the presentation, that's all self-funded.
Yeah.
There doesn't exist anything, at least here in the West Coast, around this type of work. The support that we've received from the Goethe and Monument Lab, for example, that allowed me to pay some of the youth that took photos of these actions. And in the presentation, you saw their names. For me, that's career development for them. These are opportunities for them to build their resume. So it is intentional around that, to use whatever small amounts of monies we have to be the most effective possible. But I cannot not talk about this and not mention Mellon coming in and jumping into the game with the amount of money they're putting up to talk about or envision new monuments, right? And they recently funded 2 projects here in LA. One housed at LACMA. LACMA doesn't need any more money. And the other for a mural that was produced in the 70s. Amazing project, right? But again, it's like this glossing over of history and framed from a perspective of a settler society, that it doesn't, for whatever reason, funding or these initiatives don't really look to undo some of this stuff that's been framed by white supremacy. I would love for the Mellon Foundation to come visit LA and talk to some of the First Peoples and be like, how can we support some of that? But they won't, they won't. They rather fund something that's easy and flashy and pat themselves on the back rather than do the actual work. And that's
filling a quota.
Yeah, check them off the list. We got the Chicanos in LA and we got technology in LA. We're done. We're not funding anymore in LA. And that needs to change. If they're putting up money to do this and they really want to do this type of work and allow folks like you have on this panel to really push the boundaries of what what monuments can be, what memory culture is, then they just, drop some cash, not even ask for applications. I will get back to you in 30 days to see if we'll give you the full application. Here's some funds, here's some seed fund. Go do the work and let's see how it grows. I think that's how funding needs to change. You get massive universities applying for these funds and artists and activists like ourselves who are doing this with community. We're never going to be competitive in those situations.
The challenge, one of the challenges is looking at it funding differently, looking at as research and development, essentially. The initial capitalization, well placed, and art has proven time again, as Jenenne was describing, the economic benefits of artistic enterprise in challenging communities, challenged communities, really starts to change the economic dynamic, and it can build from there to actually be a source of income generation and resource generation. But you have to lay the foundation in order, you have to put in the investment of development in order for that to happen. Because you see the tremendous creative art source that Black people have represented. We do generate wealth in the art that we create. But there isn't in this realm yet enough of an investment. It's an early investment. So, my hope is that seeing the strength of the work that's coming out of these projects, that there will be a more considered investment in the future as we move forward.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if anyone read, just came out in the Atlantic, Clint Smith's piece calling for federal funds for a new federal writers project to continue to document the 20th century Black experience. But I read it and it felt, I've been thinking a little bit too about the WPA in the 1930s and that huge public support for artists that happened then. And as we think about, you know, what exists in our landscape in terms of these monuments and preserved sites and historic sites and the dominance of kind of white supremacy, back to the funding, you know, it may take funding at that level. I mean, it would be a really wonderful thing if funding at that level is available. I wanted to ask another question, a little more of a personal question as we're kind of thinking, I know, of wrapping up relatively soon for the afternoon, which is about you know, your experience of COVID over the last year or so, not just COVID. I mean, it's been an incredibly intense year. There have been ups, there have been downs there. And so I'm wondering, you know, sort of what's on your mind, what's in your heart, how have all the, you know, experiences you've had over the last year impacted the work that you're doing and the work that you are, you know, what's on your plate for the future?
Well, I'm going to say that COVID was a blessing and a curse. And what I mean by that is that when we all shut down for a minute and saw the return of nature and realized how we have raped the world that we live in and how our constant treading on land and just the disrespect of our earth. And in the time that we could not go out, certain aspects of the earth began to return back to us. For example, one of the scientists said they could feel again the heartbeat of the trees. And another one talked about how the dolphins were returning to the waters of Venice. To me, that's a powerful, powerful wake-up call that needs to force us to explore more of what is inside as opposed to the physical environment and what's outside as a way to somehow build up and make us feel better or make us feel more represented. I think that our humanity is now really deeply called into question and that we have to get more honest about being conscious about who we all really are, you know, and that is what it has done for me. It's made me more closer to my own spirituality. I study metaphysics, and that's very dynamic and very important to me at this particular time because I think we're all being asked to wake up. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
You know, we talk about the implications of race within all of this, right? And, you know, many times we forget about the implications of class as well. So through COVID, a good chunk of white folks who, for the majority of their lives, have landed on the side of privilege, have experienced what it is to be marginalized because they're poor, because they might have had the means to move in and gentrify a community, but still are relatively poor. And, you know, one of the things that I kind of latch onto is, and I mentioned this before, is you know, these notions of healing and bringing healing into community. Black and Indigenous communities know how to do this because we've had to heal from all this nonsense. And we've had to figure out how to develop ceremonies and practices that you know, that builds up our wellness. And, you know, then there's the tangent of cultural appropriation of when white folks take stuff like sage and, start smudging and stuff like that. And somebody else just say like, well, you know what? White people need to heal too. And they do. But I think it's in that recognition and that acknowledgement of what folks need to do to move forward is what we've all been talking about, right? Mm-hmm. It isn't about, removing somebody's history for the sake of another person's. It's about acknowledging other perspectives. Mm-hmm. So when I say that like something is in my story to tell, I have my perspective to it, and my family's history aligns to the impacts of the mission system in a very specific way. But I'm here in LA right now, and that portion of telling that story isn't my time and place yet. So we're all gonna have our turn, and it's how we help each other through speaking out and having our turn that we're gonna move forward. And that's, I think COVID has created those opportunities to be able to do some of that.
Well, I've got a follow-up to that. I mean, I think Nona said earlier something that I wrote down. It was just so memorable. She said, I made this work for me. I made this art for myself. So in thinking about healing and your work with communities, to what extent is this your own healing process too? I mean, I see that the work you're all doing is healing for the communities and for the, people who witness it and participate in it. And then I'm wondering, kind of taking a step even closer, what is this also a healing process for you yourself?
Absolutely. Like I said, I grew up here in East LA during the 90s, during a time that is one of the most violent periods in Los Angeles. I participated in that in many ways. I'm complicit in that. I live with bullets in my body as part of that history. So I do my work so that young folks don't have to experience that, In relation to COVID, my grandmother died at the start of the year because of COVID, because some members in my family didn't take this seriously enough. So we're about to launch a project, because it'll be a year now since the stay-at-home orders here in California took effect, to honor those folks lost because of COVID. So through art, it allows me an opportunity to like let go of some of that, but also help others in memorializing their loved ones. So it is definitely about, self-awareness, definitely, healing and untangling some of these tensions, and in the process, kind of modeling it for other folks, because we don't all know how to do this, and we're just figuring it out.
For me, the workshop experience certainly was healing. I'm as a writer, I'm quite used to living in isolation, so I often found myself having to remind myself that this is a new experience for so much of the world, and the minor inconveniences that I was having paled compared to what the planet was experiencing. And at the same time, we had to shift to doing the workshop digitally, which was a saving grace for me. Really, the embrace that I got from my colleagues in New Iberia, and the outpouring of work. One of the reasons some of these pieces are so rich and full is that they had Tolstoy time, and had an opportunity to really work on very complex and rich stories of our heritage, both personal, family, and regional. And so I wound up feeling like I was in more of a community than I have felt in many, many years, by being able to have this ongoing relationship with my friends, who were also, my students, but they, in New Iberia. So it was what I looked forward to in this time when you were so isolated. I knew, Thursday and Saturday, I was going to get together and where we could really just discover so many new aspects of our past and so many new perspectives, so many new voices. It was a saving grace throughout this period.
Yeah. Well, if did you want to say something, Jenenne? No. Okay. I think I did see there's one other question. Anna, do we have time for one other question from the audience, or do we need to wrap up?
Yeah, let's do one more.
Okay, one more. We have the last question. Actually, it's a great one, and you three are now going to wrap up this entire day. Your brilliant response that just ties a bow on everything. The question is, really brings together kind of what we're talking about here, which is the relationship between preservation and the art that you are doing. And the question is, how can, from your perspective, how can preservation organizations empower work like yours that counters racism and histories of dispossession? Preservation organizations, meaning both, cities that have commissions that deal with preservation at the federal level, the state level, and then sort of organizations themselves. That's a tough one.
It's a very tough one. And I'm probably going to answer it with more questions, but I will say this part. One of the things that I thought was fascinating about the work that Tyree was doing was that he was opening his arms to all people, which was a way of flipping the script a little bit when we think about the way in which the many of our Indigenous and African-American communities need to heal. So one way for healing for the artist, Tyree Guyton, who also needed his own healing, was to invite other people to be a part of what he was doing, other people who did not look like him. And to begin, someone said this, I don't know on what panel or which one of us might have said it, but he talks about connecting the dots and understanding that Caucasian people need to heal too. For example, the whole idea of this privilege is really an idea. And it has been something that you have been placed into just as much as the next person has been placed into poverty. So there is your own healing that has to happen. So what I'm suggesting is the way in which we can help to build these cultural institutions is to be able to engage in honest communication and to create these spaces for people to completely be themselves. See, there's still something wrong with even a platform like this, if you don't mind me saying so, because someone else is engaging this conversation for us to come and put our stuff out on the table. And what I'm suggesting is the table has to be set completely new. We need to pluck up from the roots because we're still building on top of a structure that hasn't been dismantled yet. Mm-hmm. That's what I have to offer on that.
Yep.
Thanks.
And I would say, based on my experience, not only with the Shadows, but, some other commissions, if institutions or organizations or sites are interested in engaging with artists, to put out a more general request. What is your goal without maybe defining specifically what the project should be, but allow for the ingenuity and the inventiveness of what artists do to come up with their own ideas or theories or suggestions of how to engage a site. If you want to address some historic inaccuracies, if you want to address community healing, make it more thematic. So you allow the individual artist to present to you their creative ideas on how to make this happen, and to also in the assessment of how who's going to be selected, who's at the table to make those judgments. If you want to address issues of race, then there need to be some stakeholders at the table who are of different races and who are empowered to have dialogue with the artists as well. So there's, you know, I think there's not enough space for the ingenuity that artists bring to the table. Very often, for most of the projects that were described today, it was really the inventiveness of each individual artist that created new way of thinking about space, new way of defining, new way of feeling about space, of being in space. But that came from their initiative. So creating an environment that will allow for those initiatives to come forth, I think would really be a healthy development.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of times or all the time, it seems like the starting point of preservation begins when settlement happens. And so that needs to be pushed back, way back, because there was something there before. That's one. I think two, when it comes to like, you know, the institution of government and then larger entities that work around preservation, you know, I give the folks in LA County and the city of LA a lot of flack, but you know, there's some folks within there that are doing some amazing work to listen and just simply listen and at times just take the lead. And that's been part of the success here in LA is that, you know, there are folks there who are willing to listen and be like, okay, let's try this a new different way. Or let's try and figure this out. Or just admitting, you know what, we don't know how to move forward. And 99% of the time is we don't know how to move forward. That's where we're at right now. 99% of the time, we just don't. Acknowledging that is a big step because then it opens up the space to be like, okay, then who do we need to invite? Who's missing? What intel do we need? You know, what is it exactly that we're trying to figure out? That acknowledgement from the start is important. So I think those two things, move that time frame back of when we start to consider preservation to take effect, and then just acknowledging that this is something that we're all trying to figure out. None of us have answers to. And if we can acknowledge that collectively, we're in a good starting point.
Thank you so much. Thanks again for your presentations and for your work, your wisdom. And I also want to thank the audience, the attendees, for sticking with us through a Friday evening now.
It's not like anybody's got anywhere to go, really, right?
That's true. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation and honored to be here. And thank you for some very thoughtful questions from the audience.
Likewise, it's been, you know, fascinating, and I'm really so inspired by all of the presenters. So thank you for convening. Jorge.
Well, thank you all. This I think this concludes our conference, and I, in the name of the National Trust, Catherine asked me to speak for them, and certainly in the name of Columbia University, we just want to, you know, express our deepest gratitude for your generosity, all of you throughout the day, sharing your knowledge, your insights, your work with us. We are leaving this day enriched in our minds and our hearts with new ideas about what an artist-led preservation movement could look like. There's so much that you said, there was so much wisdom that was spoken today that I think that we can all dwell upon. And certainly care has always been at the heart. The instinct of preservation has been care. And you've enhanced that by making us think of healing and how preservation could become a national process for healing and repair, not just of buildings but actually of communities and people, and to turn to our human emotions seems so important at this time when so much has shifted, and you've made us focus and crystallize all of that and how important it is for us to do it now. So we leave energized and with a new purpose, and we couldn't ask for anything more than that. So thank you so much. Thank you for all of you that have joined us as participants. You know, it just feels like the start of a conversation that I wish we could return to over and over again, and I hope that we do. So thanks again, and good night, everyone.